Chapter 509. It's the Wuji umbrella. Tai Chi's Ji. When grenade-throwing senior immortal introduced the umbrella's name, Zhuo also had a look of sudden realization on his face. Although he didn't know what on earth this umbrella was, at least the name sounded very awesome. Zhuo remembered seeing a post online by a well-known magic treasure research expert. In this post, he had posted a short excerpt from his thesis. This expert believed that when it came to the life gate of a magic treasure, the fewer and simpler the name, the more powerful it would be. This theory was actually ambiguous, but Zhuo didn't think there was anything wrong with it, because he realized that most of the magic treasures listed on the magic treasure list didn't have more than 3 words. And those with 2 words were even more awesome. For example, Jinka, those with 1 word were even more awesome. Thinking this, Zhuo couldn't help sneaking a look at his Shifu Wang Ling. Because he realized that Shifu's Daoist name was a single word, Ling, Wuji umbrella. Mr. Lu was also blank when he heard this name. He had read the overall magic treasure ranking list of the human world before. Although Huaxia's culture was extensive and profound, and he actually didn't know enough about it, in some sense, he could even be considered shoddy, he still wouldn't forget the names of magic treasures. In the demon world, a lot of the magic treasure designs were actually copied from the human world, and the magic treasure knockoffs in the demon world were in fact a fairly large industry chain. The humanoid demons who mingled in the human world would do whatever they could to buy the original magic treasures, or use some means to obtain the original blueprints. These original blueprints could be sold for sky-high prices in the demon world. Mr. Lu had deeply believed that this fake, Skywalker sword, was real, but his original intention had actually been to take it to the demon world and directly sell it. If it was the genuine Skywalker sword, it would be worth at least 2 or 3 times as much if it was sold to a magic treasure knockoff organization in the demon world. Mr. Lu shook his head. This old man has never heard of this magic treasure in the human world. Little Silver was already flipping through his phone on one side. There was an app called Magic Treasure Vault, which contained all the famous magic treasures in the world. The magic treasures were ranked according to their classification, and there was also an overall magic treasure ranking. The origin, grade, and creator of each magic treasure were clearly written in the Magic Treasure Vault, but the specific data of the magic treasure could not be seen. This software was only used to record and rank the rankings. Little Silver typed in the name of the Wuji umbrella and took a look, but in the end, there was no record of it in the magic treasury. I really didn't. Little Silver said. Looks like that post is quite credible. Grenade-throwing senior immortal Sked. Informant? Wang Ling was blank. Speaking of this, it was back to the mysterious informant on the cultivation forum whom grenade-throwing senior immortal had mentioned before. In that post, the informant had already described in detail the unrest in the demon world, and that there would be a big battle in the near future. In fact, this informant had also revealed some other things in that post. For example, it was grenade-throwing senior immortal who had read about the Wuji umbrella in the post. But he remembered that not long after the mysterious informant had posted it, the post had been deleted by a large number of people after it had been questioned by the informant. However, as the highest administrator of the cultivation forum, this was a time when his authority was very useful. It only took a few minutes for him to search through the deleted posts in the background. Very quickly, grenade-throwing senior immortal found the informant's post on his computer and flipped to the picture of the Wuji umbrella. Mr. Lu, take a look, is this the umbrella? Mr. Lu was very excited. Yes. It's this umbrella. Who was the informant? Wang Ling raised his eyebrows and asked. The informant is completely anonymous, there's no way to find him. Furthermore, he seems to have used a fake IP address. This person used the recent events of the Demon Hunters Association to poke fun at how rumors and slanders had led to the extinction of holy beasts, and then mentioned this Wuji umbrella. Previously, I also thought that this person might be talking nonsense, but now it seems very likely that he is a hidden big boss. Grenade-throwing senior immortal sighed. I actually had Little Black look into it before, but unfortunately, he couldn't find out who this person was at all. Little Silver, then what's the origin of this umbrella? Divine weapons and quasi-divine weapons are born of nature and can't be created. But according to this informant, this Wuji umbrella is actually a world-defying magic weapon that has been created. Speaking up to this point, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's expression darkened. Furthermore, it was made from the fur of 49 different holy beasts. When he said this, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal had already carefully considered his words, because he had taken Little Silver's feelings into consideration. According to the words of the informant in the original post, it was bloody, brutal, and too horrible to look at. It was very obvious that when Little Silver heard this, he was instantly stupefied. Although it had already been a long time since the extinction of holy beasts, hearing all of a sudden that someone had actually used 49 holy beast fur to make a world-defying magic weapon still made Little Silver feel like his brain had short-circuited. 49 different holy beast fur. Back then, the sacred beasts only had 50 clans when they were at their peak. This person had actually collected 49 skins and made them into fur. Little Silver was stunned. No wonder he had smelled a faint spicy smell on Mr. Lu's hand earlier. Because Mr. Lu had come into contact with this small black umbrella, and it was very obvious that this small black umbrella had the fur of Dog Saint, who had been turned into a spicy hot pot stew back then. Looking at Little Silver's expression, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal really couldn't bear to go on, but this was important information, and he had to share it. After sorting out his words, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal said, according to the informant, this Wuji umbrella is actually an incomplete product. Actually, it's still missing one holy beast fur before it's completely finished. Zhuo grit his teeth and couldn't help slapping the table. This is simply insane. No wonder this magic treasure wasn't on the magic treasure ranking list. Not only was it a forbidden magic treasure, it was also full of sin. Looking at it now, this Wuji umbrella was probably created by this President Bai. Even if he didn't personally make it, even if he hired someone to make it, that's still pretty awesome. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal sighed. But there's one thing I don't understand. Holy beasts were already extinct long ago, so how could he have collected so many of them? The reason is very simple. At this moment, Mr. Lu suddenly said, previously, I said that I would report Baijia's vile actions. Actually, there is another very important piece of news. When I was working by his side, I accidentally heard news about the extinction of the sacred beasts. If this news is true, then the massacre of the sacred beasts back then was planned by him. Chapter 5:10. There were times when the truth was closer than one could imagine. Even Little Silver himself never thought that the truth he had been searching for so many years would actually be so close to him, it could almost be said to be within reach. So, the source of the rumor that the holy beasts went extinct back then was this President Bai. Zhuo was utterly stunned. Because this was an unsolved case that the country had been investigating until now. After all, the level of science and technology at that time hadn't been as advanced as it was now. The rumor that eating the heart of a holy beast could help one comprehend heavenly Tao had started around 6,000 years ago, even before the founding of Huaxiu Nation. Little Silver had only been 2,000 years old at that time, and had still been a very young child among the holy beasts. By the time the country had been founded and the holy beasts had already gone extinct, it was already too late to start investigating. There had been no way to trace the source of the rumor. It was different now. With the development of the internet, cultivators had to be responsible for what they said on online platforms, and anyone who wanted to check it would naturally be able to do so. As for some anonymous users, it wasn't particularly difficult to track them down. As for that informant in the cultivation forum this time, which even Little Black had been unable to find, it was very clear that he knew some secret and had come especially prepared. Although Little Black's skills were slightly inferior to Wang Ming's, it wasn't to the point where he couldn't do this. Sometimes, what was scary was that someone was on guard. In the end, Wang Ling felt that it would be more reliable to ask Wang Ming about it. If even Wang Ming couldn't track down the location of this informant, then there really wasn't anything he could do. If this is true, then I'm afraid that President Bai's crimes are even more serious than those of Qingyu, the master of Immortal Mansion, and the Old Devil. Zhuo scared. He hadn't expected to run into such a big fish this time, no wonder it was so hard to catch. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal twirled his pen and said, "But Mr. Lu, do you have any substantial evidence for what you're saying?" "That Wuji umbrella is evidence. Apart from that, Baizhi also has a lot of strange magic weapons on him. This old man speculates that these magic weapons may also have been made from holy beasts. If we can take down Baizhi, these will all be material evidence." At this point, Mr. Lu had in fact already told Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal what he needed to say. As for how to draw out President Bai, he had already given Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal. In fact, even Mr. Lu himself didn't know where on earth President Bai was. Apart from his cell phone, the only way he could contact President Bai was through a silver bell. Furthermore, this President Bai was very cunning. His cell phone number was different every time, and Mr. Lu could only use his cell phone once a day. The next time, the number would be directly changed. Mr. Lu had already used one chance when he was at the door. The new number would only be sent to Mr. Lu's phone at 6:00 the next morning. Apart from that, if he wanted to meet the person in person, he would need to use this silver bell. When Mr. Lu gave the silver bell to Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal, he gave him special instructions. "There's a trick to using this silver bell. You need to shake it to a specific tune at a specific location for Baizhi to appear. Baizhi and I agreed to meet at the Central Park." "What melody? Have you heard of the play of strings? Just shake that one." Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal, Wang Ling. After that, Wang Ling used a small spell to hide Mr. Lu's demon chi to prevent President Bai from tracking him down. Now that Mr. Lu was also an important witness, he needed to be well protected. But it wasn't to lock him up somewhere, as that would make it easier for President Bai to find him. Thus, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal had Song Qingshu take Mr. Lu to inhale formaldehyde. But just in case, Wang Ling still drew up 3 teleportation talismans and gave them to Song Qingshu. Like the name suggested, these teleportation talismans could quickly teleport Song Qingshu and Mr. Lu to another location if they sensed danger. The coordinates were set at the Wang family's small villa. If the other party dared to follow them, even if Wang Ling wasn't at home, the gremlins in the villa would be enough to give the invaders a hard time. Furthermore, Jinko was guarding the villa, so Wang Ling didn't have to worry at all. "Thank you, Ling Jinren." At the entrance to Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's house, Song Qingshu respectfully accepted the talismans. Since leaving Mo Immortal Castle, under Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's guidance, Song Qingshu had become more and more like a steward. Furthermore, it was very clear that he now exuded a righteous and awe-inspiring temperament, and was in fact a talent that could be molded. Song Qingshu drove the car while Mr. Lu sat in the front passenger seat, not daring to move. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Wang Ling looking at him. He had really been frightened by that mousepad earlier. Now, he just wanted to quietly be a good tree, and didn't dare act rashly at all. Little Silver stood in front of the door and waved. "Good luck, Mr. Lu. I'll definitely do my best to inhale formaldehyde." Mr. Lu looked at Little Silver and gave him a thumbs up with a resolute look in his eyes. Song Qingshu said goodbye again, then stepped on the accelerator and left with Mr. Lu. But now that Mr. Lu was gone, the rest of the pressure fell on Audiobook. If they wanted to catch Baizhi, these 2 days were actually the golden period. Since Mr. Lu hadn't completed his mission this time, his demon chi had been concealed. Furthermore, Mr. Lu and Baizhi had broken off contact, and the longer it took, the more suspicious it would be. Although this President Bai's surname was Bai, he was clearly a very suspicious person. In addition, this person had orchestrated a rumor 6,000 years ago, which had almost wiped out all the holy beasts. In fact, his heart and bones were very black. Then, according to the plan, Brother Silver and I will go and meet this President Bai tonight. Brother Zhuo will be in charge of pulling in the net, said Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal. Thank you, Senior Immortal. Zhuo nodded. It's fine, it's not a big problem. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal was very confident. With the soul suppression ring on his finger, he had nothing to fear. As for Little Silver, after eating the crispy noodle snacks, his combat strength had soared, and he could be described as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. If the two of them worked together, Wang Ling felt that their combined combat strength would be more than enough to deal with President Bai. According to Mr. Liu, this President Bai's strength was at true immortal level, but his damage might not necessarily be at that level. The trickiest part was probably that unknown and terrifying self-healing ability. This was what Wang Ling was very curious about. Chapter 5:11. Wang Ling had directly teleported back home. He had locked the bedroom door because he was worried that Mother Wang would suddenly come in and find that he wasn't in the bedroom. Normally, as long as Wang Ling locked the door, Mother Wang wouldn't come in after twisting the doorknob and realizing that the door wouldn't open. In Mother Wang's eyes, Wang Ling had always been a very self-conscious person. Locking the door meant that he was definitely studying and didn't want to be disturbed. So when Wang Ling came back, he felt a little guilty. He had gone to Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's house at noon, and it was already 3:30 by the time he got back. After playing a game with his dog too and taking care of Mr. Liu's matter, he had come back later than he had expected. Wang Ling sighed and suddenly felt a little tired. It just so happened that so many things were happening right before the midterm exams, which made Wang Ling feel overwhelmed. Wang Ling dropped his forehead into his hand. He was just a 16-year-old kid. Life was really too difficult. At that moment, Wang Ling swept his gaze over the garden. This dog too had already returned, and was lying in the garden basking in the sun like a dog with nothing to do, wagging its tail. Although he was very far away, Wang Ling could still see dog two's slightly puffed up green fur. It was very obvious that this guy was 100% aware that Wang Ling was staring at it, so it was a little nervous. After all, Dog 2 had done something shameful behind Wang Ling's back today. So Dog 2's true state now was that while it looked very calm, it was actually panicking like an old dog. Everyone had their privacy, and so did spirit beasts. Actually, Wang Ling didn't want to restrain Loopy Toad too much. Now that they were already family, there was nothing wrong with giving it some space. So Wang Ling was very clear about how to deal with this matter, and he respected Dog 2's decision. Since Dog 2 wanted to deal with the gate between worlds on its own, Wang Ling would let it handle it. Wang Ling could pretend not to know, but he wouldn't pretend not to see it. It was too easy for Wang Ling to secretly give Dog 2 a little help. That was right. When a family got along, they should leave some space for each other. There were some things that could be seen through, but couldn't be exposed. Leaving space was also a way of showing respect. This was the best way Wang Ling could think of to help Dog 2. It would help Dog 2 and also give Dog 2 face. Thinking this, he sat back down at his desk and pretended not to know anything. He turned around and snapped his fingers, and the lock on the bedroom door opened with a click. Now that he was back, there was no need to lock the door. Wang Ling opened the drawer and dug out 3-5 again. He decided to do 3 more exam papers to cover up his guilt today, but as soon as he opened the pile of papers, he couldn't help sneezing. This definitely wasn't a cold. Wang Ling basically wouldn't get sick, because all viruses would be killed by his primordial qi the moment they invaded his body. Thus, his body's normal immune system was always on standby all year round, and was completely useless. Why did he sneeze? Wang Ling found it a little strange. Then, his eyes swept over the table, and he keenly noticed a few very fine strands of green dog fur on the table. They had probably drifted out when he had flipped open 3-5. When Wang Ling had been doing his homework before, Dog 2 had in fact tacitly allowed it to lie on the table and watch him do his homework in order to learn. The dog fur had probably been left behind at that time. But he clearly remembered that Dog 2 hadn't shed before. Maybe it was because it had been cultivating diligently recently, and the pressure had been too great, which was why it had started to shed. All of a sudden, Wang Ling realized that Dog 2 was actually a little pitiful. It had already started to shed its fur, which showed that its cultivation efforts had definitely been extraordinary recently. Given Dog 2's current rank, if it continued to cultivate so diligently, it might go from an Akita to a crested dog. Wang Ling pinched the tuft of green fur and squinted at it. He casually pulled out a tissue from the drawer to wrap the dog fur in it and throw it away. In the end, his hand just happened to slip when he pulled out the tissue, and a few strands of dog fur slipped through his fingers and coincidentally landed on his thigh. Wang Ling frowned and pulled out another tissue to clean up the dog fur on his thigh. What Wang Ling never expected was for Mother Wang to suddenly open the door and come in at that moment. When she entered, she happened to see Wang Ling holding a tissue in one hand and wiping his thigh with the other in a suspicious manner. When Wang Ling turned his head, he was also startled. Ling Ling. Mother Wang didn't get to finish the second half of the sentence. Just the name alone was enough to make her swallow the rest of what she was going to say. It could only be said that Mother Wang was, in the end, Mother Wang. As an older person, what storms hadn't she seen? Mother Wang was already used to this kind of adolescent restlessness. Then, Wang Ling saw Mother Wang smile at him before she slowly closed the door. Wang Ling, at a time like this, you absolutely, positively shouldn't close the door too hard, because too loud a sound could easily frighten a person, and when a person was frightened, it was very likely that they would suffer from physiological dysfunction. Mother Wang felt that she was very open-minded. Family members should leave some space between each other. Ling Ling has grown up after all. In front of the door, Mother Wang was actually a little relieved. She remembered that Wang Ling had been preparing for his midterm exams recently, so it was normal for him to be stressed. Young people, it was good to let them out. At that moment, Wang Ling clutched a tissue in his hand in his room and almost had the urge to bang his head against the door. If he had known earlier, he would have used the gravitational spell. He would have directly used the gravitational spell to grab dog fur. Where did all this misunderstanding come from? The corners of Wang Ling's mouth couldn't help twitching. In fact, there were times in life when it was convenient to do so, and there was no need to use spells for everything. But Wang Ling hadn't expected Mother Wang to actually come at such a good time. This time, the misunderstanding was really big. But this also showed that the effect of the Great Fortune spell had probably already disappeared, otherwise this kind of misunderstanding wouldn't have happened. Wang Ling felt that he was a very adaptable person. Since the misunderstanding had already happened, there was no need to continue explaining. Some things, the more you explained, the worse it got. Gritting his teeth, Wang Ling picked up his pen and started furiously writing, 3-5. Then, about half an hour later, Mother Wang came to the door again. This time, she didn't directly enter, but knocked on the door. She reckoned that by this time, Wang Ling was pretty much done with his business. What, Ling Ling? Mother Wang didn't dare open the door directly for fear of running into R18 again, so she simply said directly at the door, your brother is coming tonight, so I've made fish soup and added a kidney, you can eat tonight. Also, pay attention to moderation, okay? Wang Ling. Chapter 5:12. Wang Ling wasn't surprised that Wang Ming wanted to come this time. He guessed that it was probably because of the space appraisal results of Daoist Guang's tattered Daoist robe from last week. The tattered Daoist robe contained the primal chaos sword Qi of the heaven-cleaving sword which evil sword god had left behind in his pursuit of Daoist Guang, and Wang Ming had used this remnant sword Qi to track the space evil sword god had been in. Previously, Daoist Guang had speculated that the entrance to the legendary, Immortal's treasure house, might be in the space between the gate between worlds, which connected the human world and the demon world. Daoist Guang had called that entrance the inner world. However, this was only a conjecture. Even if there really was an entrance, it wasn't certain that the world was the Immortal's treasure house. For venerated immortals, opening up a few worlds was child's play. Thus, Wang Ling couldn't rule out the possibility that Immortal Zhen Yuan had opened up many fake worlds to play whack-a-mole as a cover for the real Immortal's treasure house. Now that the Dao Talisman seal's suppressive effect was weakening, the primordial qi in Wang Ling's body started to gradually adapt to the special substance in the Dao Talisman, and it started to strengthen itself as it condensed something similar to antibodies. Of course, Wang Ming estimated that there were still 5 to 7 years before the Dao talisman completely lost its effect. That was to say, it would be best if Wang Ling could find a way to control the primordial qi on his own or replace the Dao talisman seal before he graduated from university. It might seem like he had a lot of time, but whether it was 5 or 7 years, it was just a snap of the fingers for many cultivators. For a seclusion maniac like Patriarch Reliance, the headmaster of Reliance High School during the joint military training exercise for the 6 schools, 5 years of seclusion was like going to the toilet. Although Wang Ling hoped to find some way in the Immortal's treasure house, he wouldn't pin all his hopes on it. When it came down to it, if he could control the primordial qi on his own, that would be for the best. But in the last few years, Wang Ling had noticed that as he grew stronger, the speed at which his realm rose seemed to have gradually accelerated. In the past, he would advance by 1 realm at the age of 2, but recently, he had noticed that his strength seemed to have increased once again. The primordial qi grew and changed along with one's realm. He had to adapt to his realm before he could completely control primordial qi, but the problem now was that he was growing too fast. He didn't even have the chance to adapt. It was just like how some authors were late in updating. It seemed like they would be able to finish it, but it was also possible that they would be late until the next book. In the evening, it was Zhai Yin who sent Wang Ming over, and Wang Ling wasn't as resistant to Zhai Yin as he had been the previous few times. In fact, Zhai Yin was well aware that if she wanted to completely conquer Wang Ming, she would need Wang Ling's help. Therefore, it would be best if he could bribe his brother-in-law. After dealing with Wang Ling earlier, Zhai Yin had already thoroughly understood this point. So when she dropped Wang Ming off at the Wang family's house, Zhai Yin still had a stern expression on her face, but when she saw Wang Ling open the door, she did her best to soften her expression and smile. Although his smile was very stiff, the corner of Wang Ming's mouth twitched at this scene, and he was as venomous as ever. "You zombie face, stop smiling. Let your hair down and keep that expression on your face, then you can act in Juan." Zhai Yin suppressed her anger. She absolutely couldn't lose her composure in front of her brother-in-law. When the two of them entered and changed into slippers, Mother Wang and the old man were almost done cooking. Mother Wang had calculated the time to cook, and when she came out of the kitchen with a plate of stir-fried broccoli, she happened to see Zhai Yin and Wang Ming. "You're all here. Quick, sit down." The one vegetable the Wang family's villa didn't lack the least right now was broccoli. Ever since Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal had decided to comprehend Heavenly Tao through broccoli, he had devoted himself to cultivating all kinds of broccoli, and would send large quantities to the villa every month. The most frightening thing was, these broccoli had been cultivated with spirit soil. They had a very long shelf life. Even if they weren't stored in the fridge, they wouldn't turn yellow or go moldy even after 2 or 3 years, and would still retain a very high level of moisture and freshness. Putting down the vegetables, Mother Wang habitually wipes the oil stains on her apron. Seeing that Zhai Yin was a little restrained, she hurriedly smiled and said, "It's not your first time here, Miss Zhai. Don't stand on ceremony, sit down." After several encounters, Mother Wang knew Zhai Yin's identity as well as her gender. It wasn't Wang Ming who had said this, but Father Wang had asked an acquaintance and found out. His strongest fan was President Qi's direct superior, who was also his immediate superior. If he wanted to ask anything, he just had to open his fan group and send them a private message. As a writer, you never knew what on earth your fans were for. Actually, Wang Ling felt that Father Wang was also quite gossipy sometimes. Furthermore, it seemed that Father Wang had joined the Wang Ming marriage club in recent years, and had already started to get busy preparing for Wang Ming's marriage. Even Wang Ming himself didn't know about this, and Wang Ling had only inadvertently seen it. Sometimes, Wang Ling carefully recalled Zhai Yin's background. How many cultivators dreamed of being an administrator of Magnificent Immortal's depository of Buddhist texts? Furthermore, Wang Ling had heard that these administrators were contracted for a certain period of time, and couldn't resign without permission. But Zhai Yin had been transferred to the Cultivation Academy of Science to become Reed's personal bodyguard. Reed equals scientist. Wang Ming had told Wang Ling before that it was President Qi who had used his connections to transfer her. But Wang Ling somehow felt that the truth wasn't that simple. It wasn't impossible that Father Wang was adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes. Wang Ling casually chose a seat, and then saw Zhai Yin actually directly pull out the chair next to him and sit down next to him. Wang Ling. Wang Ming smiled at this scene. Well, this is Dog 2's seat. Zhai Yin's original intention had just been to get closer to Wang Ling. To be precise, this was Zhai Yin's first time eating here, so she had no idea that this seat was Loopy Toad's. Seeing that Zhai Yin wasn't moving, Wang Ming was startled. It's that dog who was lying at the door when we came in earlier. You're even going to steal a dog's seat? The corner of Zhai Yin's mouth twitched violently, and she suppressed her irritation as she changed seats. This time, she directly chose to sit next to Wang Ming. Wang Ming shook his head. This is Grandpa's seat. Zhai Yin jumped up from her chair and moved to the side, separating herself from Wang Ming by an empty chair. Wang Ming said again, No, this is my aunt's seat. Wang Ling. Now, Wang Ling could completely tell that Wang Ming was deliberately looking for trouble. Zhai Yin couldn't take it anymore, and she directly stretched out one hand to tug at Wang Ming's collar. Wang Ming was alarmed. What are you doing? But he couldn't break free at all. Of course, Zhai Yin wasn't going to hit him, and just reached out to undo the button on his chest. Then, Wang Ling almost spat out water when he saw that there was actually a tattoo on Wang Ming's chest, and it was a tattoo of a well-known anime character. Furthermore, this tattoo could only be seen by cultivators, and an ordinary person like Wang Ming who couldn't use spirit energy at all wouldn't be able to see it. It was very obvious that this was Zhai Yin's revenge. She had probably secretly imprinted it on Wang Ming's chest while he was asleep. Wang Ming didn't understand, but he seemed to have guessed something as he turned his head to stare at Zhai Yin. What did you draw on my chest? This was too humiliating. Furthermore, it was in front of Wang Ling. Wang Ming was a little regretful. He had thought that Zhai Yin wouldn't do anything to him in front of Wang Ling, and had just been joking. He hadn't thought that it would turn into mutual harm. Then, Wang Ling flicked out spirit energy from his fingertips and attached it to Wang Ming's eyes. Wang Ming turned pale with fright when he saw what was tattooed on his chest. Damn! Peppa Pig? Clap clap clap. At that moment, Wang Ling started to clap with a calm expression on his face. What was the saying? Peppa Pig tattoo, applause for society. Chapter 5:13. Basically, if Wang Ming wanted to go out, he had to report it and get Old Qi's approval. Wang Ming had actually already broken the rules when he had taken the Heavenly Materials sword to catch Xiao Yunqing last time. But in the end, President Qi had still suppressed the matter and really doted on Wang Ming like his own grandson. There were actually a lot of young genius scientists in the courtyard. In the eyes of many people in the outside world, this group of people were lofty geniuses, pillars of the nation, and each of them was unruly. However, compared with Wang Ming's group of people, this group of people was still a little less intelligent. When there was comparison, there was naturally envy, and envy, there was naturally jealousy. Wang Ming was indeed a little laid back usually, and had inadvertently provoked a lot of people. These people had done everything they could to complain about him, but Old Qi had blocked them all. The more President Qi protected Wang Ming, the more jealous they became. Why did President Qi go through so much trouble to find an expert to protect Wang Ming? He was afraid that some of the other scientists in the courtyard would go crazy and try to kill Wang Ming one day. Wang Ming's safety was the first priority. It wasn't enough to protect him outside, he had to be protected inside. But Wang Ming had always been a bully inside. Actually, now that Zhai Yin was here, Wang Ming's behavior was indeed a lot more restrained than before. The Cultivation Academy of Sciences rules weren't at all relaxed than those of the military, and were basically militarized. There actually weren't many restrictions on Wang Ming, and the only restriction was that he wasn't allowed to go out on his own. Even if he reported that he wanted to go somewhere else, it might not be approved. The Wang family's small villa was the only exception, because Father Wang had used his fan group to let the higher-ups know, at the very beginning, because Wang Ling didn't know Zhai Yin's identity, his attitude toward her had been a little cold. But after carefully analyzing the pros and cons of Zhai Yin coming to Wang Ming's side, Wang Ling instantly felt that President Qi's decision was the right one. Given Wang Ming's usually venomous tongue, everyone around him would definitely have a negative mood value of plus 999 after this verbal attack. If this situation continued to develop, something like poisoning his own colleague to death might really happen. On one hand, Zhai Yin could restrict Wang Ming from doing whatever he wanted, and on the other hand, indirectly protect him. Because apart from his brain, Wang Ming was a muggle who really didn't know how to use spirit energy at all. An ordinary person's poison could easily kill him. Of course, even if Wang Ming was poisoned to death, he also had a way to bring Wang Ming back to life. A few hours ago, when they had been playing PUBG with Daoist Guang, Wang Ling had also learned the reincarnation of heavenly life move that Wang Ming had used in the software. But Wang Ling's reincarnation innate life was truly reincarnation innate life. It was just that if he used this move, not only would Wang Ming's identity be made public, it was very likely that he would also be exposed. Thinking this, Wang Ling cupped his chin in thought. He felt that it was time to give this thing a magic treasure with a resurrection attribute like grenade-throwing senior immortals' soul suppression ring. Of course, this was actually a little difficult to do, because the soul suppression ring needed spirit energy to activate, and artificial spirit energy wouldn't work. Thus, Wang Ling had to get a resurrection magic treasure that didn't require spirit energy to activate itself. Even if Zhai Yin was Wang Ming's personal bodyguard, she couldn't always be by his side. Preparing for the worst, Wang Ling felt that it was better to play it safe. Wang Ling raised his eyes and looked at the calendar hanging behind the door. Wang Ming's birthday was August 1st, Army Day. There was still more than half a month to go, so he had plenty of time to prepare. When it came to Zhai Yin, it was very clear that Wang Ming was full of resentment. Wang Ming didn't stand on ceremony. Hugging Wang Ling's pillow, he lay on his stomach on the bed and stretched out his miserable hand toward the ceiling like a vulnerable person. Ling. You don't know how scary that woman is. Wang Ling could tell that this guy hadn't come to share the appraisal results at all, but mainly to complain. Sharing the appraisal results in the space was just something he had done in passing. Speaking up to this point, Wang Ming's face was full of resentment. When I drink water, she has to take a sip first, to make sure it's not poisonous before she lets me drink it. Wang Ling, lying on the floor, Loopy Toad raised its dog head. It felt that Wang Ming's current expression was that of a resentful woman who had just been abused. That's not all. Wang Ming suddenly straightened up and dropped his forehead into his hand. When I go to the toilet, she has to sit on it first. Wang Ling, Loopy Toad, also, do you know what's the scariest thing? This guy has actually been learning how to cook recently. He even bought a dragon pig the day before yesterday, and insisted on making me a fried pork chop. Dragon pig? She's pretty good to you. Loopy Toad sked. The price of the fattest dragon pig on the market now soared to 500 immortal gold bars per catty, and ordinary people couldn't afford it at all. Having said that, Loopy Toad was no longer interested in meat. It had been a long time since it left the demon world, and it had the fly-flavored dog food that Dopigua's family provided it regularly. Of course, the taste of the dog food was synthetic and not real flies, so when Loopy Toad ate them now, it tasted weird. She's pretty good to me. The corner of Wang Ming's mouth twitched. Have you ever eaten a black pork chop? Also, that pork chop is as big as a wash basin when fried. That's not right, shouldn't everyone in Magnificent Immortal be talented? Hearing this, Loopy Toad was also blank. Basically, everyone here is an all-rounder, how can their cooking skills be so bad? Wang Ming, nonsense. Because in the army, they eat it raw. Loopy Toad, Wang Ling, I haven't been poisoned to death, but I'm about to be eaten to death by her cooking. Wang Ming heaved a deep sigh. I heard that her cooking teacher is an experienced chef. Who? I don't know, I only heard that the name has the character Wan in it. Wang Ling, Wan, he just happened to know a chef with the surname Wan. It couldn't be such a coincidence, right? But if Mother Wan really was Zhai Yin's shifu, Zhai Yin's cooking could definitely poison Wang Ming to death on the spot. Wang Ling sucked in a cold breath. It looked like he had to think of a way to make a resurrection prop for Wang Ming as soon as possible. Now, Wang Ling already felt that Wang Ming's life was in grave danger. Lingzi, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Seeing Wang Ling's pale face, Wang Ming couldn't help chuckling. Auntie just told me, what did you secretly do today? Wang Ling, it's fine, elder brother won't laugh at you, young people, just pay attention to moderation. Unsurprised, Wang Ming smiled. It's probably inconvenient to use this paper, right? Actually, I've invented a new kind of paper that hasn't been patented yet. This paper is lubricated, dries quickly, and doesn't stick to your hands. One piece of paper can be used repeatedly, it also has a self-cleaning function and is 100% germ-free. Wang Ling, HM. Chapter 5:14. Of course, even though he said that, Wang Ming was just teasing him, he knew that Wang Ling wouldn't do such a thing. Ever since he was young, this little brother of his had always had an ascetic face, and didn't look like a hot-blooded young man at all. As for why this was the case, it actually had something to do with the primordial qi inside Wang Ling's body. Wang Ming had extracted Wang Ling's primordial qi before, and it was really very powerful. Furthermore, it had an extremely formidable self-healing and mind-clearing ability. In addition to purifying the body's toxins and making it immune to all poisons, it also had the effect of purifying one's emotions. Actually, this was also why Wang Ling usually didn't show his emotions on his face. Because there were many times when Wang Ling's emotions were about to change, the primordial qi's self-purification ability would already take effect. Being too excited, too angry, too sad, or too happy wouldn't do, the primordial qi would help Wang Ling control his emotions. From a scientific point of view, people who learned to control their emotions generally had a higher EQ, a longer lifespan, and a healthier body. But the problem was that because the primordial qi was really too powerful, it was a little too much control. Thus, Wang Ling's facial paralysis really couldn't be blamed entirely. There were times when the desire to bare his teeth and smile could be suppressed by the primordial qi, which was actually quite stifling. There were times when Wang Ming really wanted to see what Wang Ling looked like when he smiled. Although the corners of Wang Ling's mouth could be adjusted with current Photoshop technology, that fake smile looked fake no matter how you looked at it. All these years, Wang Ming had relied on the Wang Ling matter he had extracted to develop talismans to suppress Wang Ling's primordial qi. But at the same time, he had also been researching Wang Ling's primordial qi. In the end, using the Wang Ling matter was just a temporary solution. If he wanted to cure Wang Ling, it would be best if he could make a breakthrough in his research on the primordial qi. Unfortunately, even Wang Ming hadn't made any substantial progress in the study of the primordial qi so far. Speaking up to this point, Wang Ming's arms suddenly tightened around the pillow in his hands, and his tone became serious. Lingzi, I've been helping you study primordial qi for the last few years, but from the analysis magic artifacts in the lab, there isn't a single machine that can thoroughly analyze your primordial qi. Study the original vital qi. This was the first time that Buttface had heard of this. He shook his head immediately. Because it was really not easy to study this thing. Wang Ling's head jerked up at these words, and his entire body froze. He had actually known about studying primordial qi a long time ago. To be exact, when he was 6 years old, Wang Ming had extracted a part of his primordial qi in an attempt to study it. Actually, from the very beginning, Wang Ling had felt that current scientific equipment wouldn't be able to analyze it at all, and the fact was that this was indeed the case. In the first few years, Wang Ming had invested a lot of energy into the study of primordial qi, and would immediately text Wang Ling to let him know if he made even the slightest discovery. Later, the number of messages decreased until there was none. Wang Ling had always thought that Wang Ming had given up. After all, for such a proud scientist, who was known as the strongest brain, to be unable to make a breakthrough after years of continuous research should be quite a blow to his self-esteem. But Wang Ling hadn't expected that after 10 years, Wang Ming actually still hadn't given up. Wang Ling opened his mouth to say thank you, but then felt that it was a little mushy, and also a little too distant. These two cousins sometimes hated each other, and even teased each other, but the affection between them was real. The fact that Wang Ming could roll around freely on the bed was the best proof of this. Grenade-throwing senior immortal had even traded crispy noodle snacks for the right to lie on the bed. But brothers were brothers in the end. Although Wang Ling didn't say it, Wang Ming still weighed a lot in his heart. On Wang Ming's birthday on August 1st, Wang Ling had to design a good present for him. At that moment, Wang Ling had already made up his mind. Although Wang Ling didn't say anything, the truth was that Wang Ming didn't need him to answer. Nothing needed to be said about the matters between brothers. It was just that Wang Ling wasn't an adult yet and couldn't drink, otherwise Wang Ming felt that he and Wang Ling could drink by the truckload. In the truckload, one bottle was his, and the rest were Wang Ling's. Primordial Qi is a special kind of spirit energy that Little Master's body produces on its own, or rather, it's a more advanced kind of spirit energy. It's tens of thousands of times denser than spirit energy, and its composition is very complicated. Loopy Toad said. Actually, this was all Loopy Toad knew about Primordial Qi. The biggest reason why Little Master Ling was able to slap evil sword gods so miserably with one slap was the Primordial Qi. Spirit energy was like a cultivator's explosive energy source. A normal cultivator used spirit energy to drive it, but Wang Ling used spirit energy mixed with Primordial Qi to drive it. It didn't sound like much of a difference since they were both energy sources, but there were good and bad sources. How could gasoline and nuclear power be the same? Furthermore, this was just spirit energy mixed with primordial qi, and it had already slapped evil sword gods so miserably. If the talisman was undone and the primordial qi was used instead of spirit energy to slap evil sword god, he would be directly destroyed in both body and soul. Soon. Wang Ming pursed his lips, then his face tightened as he said very seriously, "I'll definitely research it, a magic treasure that can analyze primordial qi." In Loopy Toad's view, it actually felt that the reason Wang Ming hadn't made any progress so far was probably because he wasn't a cultivator. The spirit energy that Wang Ming was releasing now was artificial spirit energy that was released by a magic treasure. Although he could learn the routes and meridian diagrams of spirit energy output from reading theoretical knowledge, Wang Ming wasn't a real cultivator, and there were a lot of things that he would only understand after experiencing them for himself. Primordial Qi was clearly a higher level than spirit energy, and could be called a cultivator's energy source for magic. In the last few years, the theory of spirit energy annihilation had been in vogue, and many true immortal almighties had already said that the spirit qi in the world would be exhausted one day. Perhaps at that time, the primordial qi in Wang Ling's body would become the last energy source for magic. The significance of this research was actually very great. If Wang Ming could analyze the composition of primordial qi, not only would he be able to save Wang Ling and the world, he would also be forever recorded in the book of world cultivation history because of this major discovery. He would become the greatest discoverer, explorer and scientist of this era. He would be remembered forever. Loopy Toad suddenly had an idea. At that time, if Wang Ming passed away, it would definitely be a spectacular scene. Chapter 5:15. It was good to be ambitious, but sometimes it was very difficult to realize one's ideals. Loopy Toad felt that these two brothers shared the same core ideals. One was to thoroughly study the composition of primordial qi. The other was to work hard to control primordial qi on its own. The core of these two things was the same, and they had the same characteristic, which was that it wasn't easy to realize. Back to business, Wang Ming used artificial spirit energy to activate the space in his energy storage ring and took out the appraisal report from the research institute. He made 2 copies and directly gave one to Wang Ling. Loopy Toad jumped onto the table and stuck its head over to look at it with Wang Ling. Wang Ling didn't mind, and just paid attention to see if any fur had fallen off Dog 2's body. Today's misunderstanding was too big, and it had already cast a small psychological shadow on Wang Ling. That was because he knew Mother Wang too well. She was a pretty economical housewife who would spend what she had to, but never extravagantly. But given Mother Wang's misunderstanding of him today, Wang Ling felt that when she went to the supermarket next, she would probably buy a pile of toilet paper. What's this? Code? I don't understand it. Loopy Toad stared blankly at the appraisal report. The only thing it could understand was that it looked like a map, and the key thing was that it was marked with all kinds of coordinates as well as latitude and longitude lines. Loopy Toad didn't even fully understand language, let alone astronomy and geography. It had only been a few months since it had officially come into contact with human culture, and honestly speaking, it still lacked a lot of things. This was measured by a machine, of course you won't understand it. As long as you can understand the map, that's enough. I filled in the coordinates based on the code and checked them 3 times, there's no mistake, Wang Ming explained. The code was in fact the result of the machine's reverse calculation of the tattered Taoist robe's spatial location, but it needed to be calculated to get the correct coordinates. Because the gate between worlds has come to Huaxiu many times before, the Academy of Sciences is very clear about the gate. Furthermore, there have been a lot of cultivators who were spat out by the gate these days, or who were lucky enough to walk out by accident. I've also checked their accounts. Combining the information I have, the oral accounts of cultivators, and the maps of the demon realm provided by some treasure map merchants, Wang Ming cupped his chin in his hand and said, our current coordinates are indeed from the gate between worlds, but they're not in the demon world. Apart from being able to trace the location of the sword chi, this space detector could also radiate out the approximate size of the map. Usually, the error was less than 10%. Therefore, from the length of this map, this place is not the demon realm at all. Loopy Toad and Wang Ling's eyes couldn't help twitching at this deduction. Wang Ling lowered his head in thought as he stared at the map. It seemed that Taoist Guang's deduction was completely correct. There was indeed a link between the gate between worlds and the demon realm, and the location of this space was in the middle of this link. As for why there were so many different coordinates on the map, the answer was also very obvious. That was because there wasn't just one space in this transmission link, there were also a lot of fake spaces that Immortal Zhen Yuan had created. If Wang Ling was a little more sophisticated, he even felt that none of the spaces in this link might be an Immortal's treasure house. But the problem was that he would only know if it was the Immortal's treasure house when he went there. In Loopy Toad's view, this was actually a little difficult. Currently, the gate between worlds was the only way to get from the human world to the demon world. No matter how capable its little Master Ling was, there was no way he could instantly create such a massive world-defying portal. The structure of the gate between worlds was clearly a lot more complicated than that of grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's soul suppression ring. The ring was small, so it was easy to refine a top-grade item. But the gate between worlds was a huge project. When Taoist Guang had transferred Immortal Zhen Yuan's blueprint to Loopy Toad had already seen how complicated it was. In any case, given its current cultivation speed, Loopy Toad felt that even if it could refine weapons, it would never be able to create such a terrifying thing in its lifetime. A world-defying magic weapon wasn't something that could be refined with a certain realm. Most of the time, the creation of a world-defying magic weapon actually depended on luck. Loopy Toad actually didn't really believe in luck, but Little Master Ling's great fortune spell really did exist. In the 2 months it had been studying the human cultivator language, Loopy Toad had even seen a thesis on luck, which stated that many of the almighties in high positions were in fact born with good fortune, which was why they were able to reach their current realms. So to Loopy Toad's knowledge, this Immortal Zhen Yuan was actually also an evildoer. There's a lot of code in here, but most of it is space coordinates. Wang Ming crossed his arms as he sat on the bed with a pensive expression on his face, a mysterious expression on his face. But I found a very interesting code inside. It doesn't represent coordinates, but information. Wang Ling raised his head. On the table, Dog 2 couldn't help asking, what information? Wang Ming smiled. That space machine can track sword chi, and it has the ability to detect its surroundings. Among the vast amount of codes, this is the only one that interests me the most. It represents information about an unknown energy body. When Wang Ming said this, Wang Ling's pupils contracted slightly. It was as if he could already guess what Wang Ming was going to say next. Wang Ming's lips curled up as he said, according to the space machine's detection, after I completely deciphered the information about the energy body through the code, I found that the material structure of this energy body is very similar to your primordial chi source. What the hell? Loopy Toad was startled. How could there be Little Master's primordial chi in that place? Although I haven't collected it on the spot for comparison, the probability of this is as high as 70%. This is my own speculation. Wang Ming said, assuming that primordial chi really exists in that space, it can prove two things. 1. Primordial chi isn't something unique to Ling Ling, it's very likely that it already exists, but hasn't appeared in the human world. 2. This is also the more likely explanation. After reaching a certain realm, a cultivator's spirit energy source will change, and it will produce primordial chi in the body to replace spirit energy as the driving force. Both Wang Ling and Loopy Toad were at a loss for words at this explanation. Primordial chi can be produced on its own. Loopy Toad was puzzled. A cultivator's spirit energy was formed by absorbing the spirit chi of heaven and earth in their environment and storing it in their dantian. My guess is that after reaching a certain realm, these almighties are already strong enough to extract energy from their bodies and no longer need to rely on spirit energy. This should be related to cytology. When Wang Ling and Loopy Toad heard this, the corners of their eyes couldn't help twitching. Extracting energy from cells. Chapter 5:16. Of course, this was just Wang Ming's one-sided guess without any evidence. But scientists nowadays like to speak with data. Theoretical science was also a kind of science, and Wang Ming's theories were usually very accurate. Primordial chi had been in Wang Ling's body since he was a child. He only knew what it was called, but didn't know what it was. Furthermore, there was another very important point. If Wang Ming's theory was correct, primordial chi really needed to reach a certain realm before it could be produced in a cultivator's body. This was the only thing he could think of to refute Wang Ming's point of view at the moment. Wang Ling was indeed very strong, but his true realm might not necessarily be as high as immortal Jinyuan's. Based on his current cultivation speed, which was getting shorter by the day, Wang Ling estimated that he would only be able to reach venerated immortal realm in the second half of this year at the earliest. His current realm was no longer like when he was a child, where he would automatically advance by one level every 2 years. The interval between each advancement was getting shorter and shorter. So from the very beginning, he had felt that his current situation couldn't be explained by science alone. Most of the time, he didn't even care how high his realm was. In any case, there was no one in the world who could withstand a slap from him with all his might. Last time, Evil Sword God had already been beaten half to death with just the talisman seal on him. At that time, Wang Ling had thought that with the talisman seal on him, his chances of winning against Evil Sword God would at least be 50-50. Of course, what kind of person was Wang Ming? Whatever Wang Ling could think of, Wang Ming could naturally also think of. Perhaps your situation is different from my current analysis. Wang Ming rubbed his head and laughed. Actually, I think I'm talking nonsense. In your case, how can you use normal theoretical knowledge to think? My analysis just now is that after a cultivator reaches a certain level, he can rely on his physical body to condense energy. Actually, this is different from you. You were born with full automatic production. Pfft. Loopy Toad couldn't help laughing. Wang Ling was also speechless. Because they had to admit that Wang Ming's description was indeed quite vivid. But it's fine. It would be best if he could collect that energy source. This way, there would be a comparison. Perhaps that thing isn't primordial true chi. Perhaps it's just an unknown energy that's similar to your primordial true chi. Speaking up to this point, Wang Ming used artificial spirit energy to take out a purple-black spherical container from the ring. Loopy Toad, what is this? Wang Ming, it's an energy collector that hasn't been made public. I made it yesterday. Wang Ling, Loopy Toad, how many more inventions do you have that you haven't made public? Previously, there was the anti-occupancy toilet, and just now, there was the smart toilet paper. Now, there was the collector. I have a lot of inventions, but I don't like the hassle of applying for patents, so I might as well use them myself. In any case, my identity is also a secret. Even if it is announced, it will be announced in the official capacity of the Academy of Sciences. What a waste. Wang Ming spread his hands. Also, if we really make it public, that bunch of jealous people in the institute will gossip behind our backs again. Wang Ling nodded in agreement with Wang Ming's words. But he felt that given Wang Ming's temperament, whenever he had a new invention, he wouldn't be able to resist showing it off in the circle. He had been a lot more low-key in the last few months. Wang Ling felt that this was probably thanks to Zhai Yin's training. Actually, there have been a lot of models before, but this is the newest one. It can collect all the unknown energy in the coordinates. Known energy has data inside it, so it won't be absorbed repeatedly. If there are multiple strands of unknown energy, the collector will separate them on its own. Awesome, big bro. Loopy Toad couldn't help clapping its paws. But how do I use this thing? Wang Ming, have you played with Pokemon before? Just use it how you use the Pokemon ball. Wang Ling and Loopy Toad, you want to go by yourself? Wang Ling raised his eyebrows and asked telepathically. How could I go by myself, do you think I'm stupid? Wang Ming immediately waved his hand. Although I do dream of being a hero sometimes, I'm not courting death to that extent. The link between the gate between worlds and the demon world should be a chaotic space, right? If I go in, I'll immediately break down into popping candy. Saying this, Wang Ming stuffed the round collector into Wang Ling's hand. You'll have to do it. How long? Asked Wang Ling. Loopy Toad almost jumped in fright at Wang Ling's words. Holy shit. Little Master Ling actually spoke. Of course, the sooner the better. Wang Ming crossed his arms as he sat on the bed and smiled at Wang Ling. Actually, this is the main reason why I'm here this time. Wang Ming had actually been very excited when he had analyzed this ball of energy that was suspected to be Wang Ling's primordial qi. After years of stagnant research, he had now finally found a clue. Only a scientist could understand this kind of excitement. Furthermore, there was actually a very important point. Because Wang Ming had been going out more frequently recently, some people at the research institute had already started to talk about him. A lot of them were now smart enough not to report him to Old Qi, but to directly report him to Jinghua City. Thus, President Qi had suggested that Wang Ming lay low for a while, and Wang Ming had accepted it for the sake of the bigger picture. Thus, Wang Ming wouldn't be leaving the research institute in the short term. Thus, Wang Ming simply wanted to take advantage of today's opportunity to get things done. Okay, give me half an hour. Wang Ling nodded. Loopy Toad was startled again when he opened his mouth. Holy shit. Little Master Ling had actually spoken a second time today. Loopy Toad had a vague feeling that Wang Ling was going to break a record today. But very quickly, Dog 2 couldn't help grumbling in its heart. Half an hour? Wasn't that space in the transmission link between the gate between worlds and the demon world? Without the gate between worlds now, how were they going to get there? Seeing Wang Ling get up from his chair, Loopy Toad also jumped down from the desk. One man and one dog went directly to the bathroom in the bedroom. At that moment, Loopy Toad finally reacted. There was still Lord Ma. Toilet Lord Ma. Loopy Toad had used Lord Ma to flush away 2 hired cultivators from Mo Immortal Castle who had tried to spy on the Wang family. Who knew where Lord Ma had flushed them off to? Lord Ma has the ability to transmit. Loopy Toad was stupefied. You've been here for so long, don't you know? Wang Ming shrugged his shoulders and said, unsurprised, if you don't have a designated space, you just need to rush to a random place. If you have a designated space, you can go anywhere. If you want to come back, you just need to dodge 3 times. Hearing Wang Ming's words, Loopy Toad suddenly had a little idea. Loopy Toad had actually been looking for a way to get to the gate between worlds previously. It had worked so hard to save money during this period in order to buy the materials to set up a transmission array to return to its clan. Only the successive leaders of the sky-swallowing toad clan knew about this array. However, the 10,000 yuan it had conned from Little Silver was actually far from enough to set up this transmission array. At that moment, Dog 2 stared at the toilet and heaved a huge sigh of relief. Chapter 5:17. In fact, Wang Ling was well aware of Loopy Toad's thoughts. Why did Wang Ming know how to use Lord Ma in such detail? The reason was very simple. In fact, Wang Ling and Wang Ming had colluded with each other. When Wang Ming had first arrived at the villa, Loopy Toad had still been lying outside the villa, so Wang Ling had directly told Wang Ming the ins and outs of the matter telepathically. Why did Wang Ming have to explain it? Because it looked more natural this way, and Loopy Toad wouldn't easily suspect him. On the other hand, Wang Ling had also asked Wang Ming to secretly hack into Loopy Toad's account and check its recent online transactions. He confirmed two things. 1. Loopy Toad's recent money had indeed been swindled out of Little Silver. 2. Loopy Toad's purpose in swindling money was to complete a teleportation array, which could be seen from the materials Dog 2 had bought. Wang Ling had never seen this array before, but he could guess that it was similar to a return to the city array. Because the structure of the array was similar, the materials needed were roughly the same, and roughly 60 to 70% the same. The most important thing was that the money Dog 2 had was far from enough to complete this return to the city array. It couldn't even buy 30 to 40% of the materials with its current money. In addition, it was actually very risky for Loopy Toad to go back like this. Wang Ling had modified its source. It no longer used demon qi, but spirit energy. If it used pure spirit energy to activate the demon race's array, it might not succeed, and there was a high chance that it would reject it. Thus, after considering all this, Wang Ling felt that having Loopy Toad use Lord Ma to return to the clan was the best and safest method. Furthermore, he had already done something to Lord Ma. The moment Loopy Toad was teleported over, he would secretly add a buff to ensure that Dog 2's return to the clan would be safe and smooth. Although Wang Ling didn't know what on earth had happened to the sky-swallowing toad clan, this buff was already enough to help Loopy Toad realize its wretched ambitions in the demon world. Lord Ma was usually in a deep slumber, and usually needed a shower to wake him up before he was activated. In fact, Loopy Toad remembered that it had never seen Lord Ma completely transform into a human. Lord Ma was probably the only gremlin in the villa who didn't have a human form. Previously, when all the monsters in the villa were sitting together, Loopy Toad had heard from Eraser and Pen that it was because Lord Ma's human form was too disgusting with water flowing out of his 7 orifices. After that, Little Master Ling cancelled the transformation. So how was he supposed to go after waking Lord Ma up? While Loopy Toad was feeling puzzled, Lord Ma's voice rang out, echoing faintly. The toilet lid on Lord Ma's body opened by itself, and a voice came from inside. I am the one who serves the Supreme Sovereign, Loopy Toad. So F*** King Chinibu. This voice made Wang Ling sweat a little. When he had enlightened the gremlins back then, he hadn't set up their personalities because he wanted to ensure that each gremlin had multiple personalities. Thus, when he enlightened them, he had opened up their personalities. Then, Lord Ma became like this. The way the coordinates were transmitted wasn't as complicated or dirty as Loopy Toad had imagined. There was no need to stick one's head inside Lord Ma. After Wang Ling silently recited the coordinates, Loopy Toad saw Lord Ma emit a light which enveloped Little Master Ling. Wang Ling glanced at Loopy Toad at his feet, and the light which had already enveloped Wang Ling instantly split off to envelop Dog 2 as well. Loopy Toad hadn't expected Wang Ling to take it with him at all. By the time it reacted, Wang Ming saw one person and one dog instantly vanish on the spot like a bolt of lightning. Why take Loopy Toad with them? Because it was the first time they had used Lord Ma to transmit, and there was a chance that they would experience a stress reaction, and there was a high chance that they would vomit. So Wang Ling wanted Dog 2 to get used to it first. Wang Ling felt that he was also worried to death for his dog too. About a quarter of an hour earlier, even the clouds in the dark gray world that Evil Sword God had visited before were dark gray. This world was like a newly born planet with jagged rocks of grotesque shapes. There were no living creatures, and the oxygen was very thin. It was completely different from Earth's. Even the gravity was different. A red-haired young man in a black cloak stood alone on a parched and cracked land. His eyes were closed as he gazed at the sky and felt the slightest fluctuation in this world. This was a planet he had moved here from outside the Milky Way. It was completely empty without any living creatures, not even a blade of grass or a flower. The red-haired young man had a Taoist mark in the shape of a flower between his eyebrows. Upon closer inspection, the flower looked a little like the Yuan character. Standing on the ground, the young man had already deduced that someone would come today, and that it would be an almighty. A moment later, a strong wind blew in his face, and an incorporeal figure appeared in front of him. It was like a wind spirit, and only its silhouette could be seen. The newcomer's voice changed, and countless ripples instantly surged in this world. Jin Yuan, the human world is destined to walk the path of annihilation. The savior you seek doesn't exist. You and I should go hand in hand to start a new life outside the Milky Way and become the creator of the world. Perhaps. Immortal Jin Yuan opened his eyes and said slowly, I once did everything I could to search for him, but in the end, I found nothing. Unfortunately, just as I was about to give up, I felt that perhaps such a person really did exist. Because the gate between worlds was forcibly closed last time. The wind spirit man waved his hand. That was just a coincidence, maybe there was a problem with the summoning array. The gate between worlds is a world-defying magic artifact. Unless all the true immortals in Huaxiao Nation use their full strength, they won't be able to close it. Furthermore, when that time comes, their vitality is bound to be greatly damaged. Speaking up to this point, the wind spirit man laughed. You don't really think that the gate was closed by someone, do you? You and I can sense any fluctuations in realm in that world. Apart from you and me, there are no other venerated immortals in this world. You're right, there might not be any venerated immortals, the red-haired young man sighed. But, actually, he had always felt that there should be existences in this world that were more powerful than them. You and I have already used facts to prove that after entering the spirit energy information era, venerated immortals are already the pinnacle of cultivation, the wind spirit man mused. I'm not familiar with you, don't use the words you and I, it'll cause a misunderstanding. The red-haired young man raised his head and looked at the indistinct wind spirit man in front of him. Sooner or later, I'll destroy you. Destroy me? The wind spirit man sneered. You and I are of the same origin. Back then, you abandoned me in order to expel your inner demon. If I commit suicide or am killed by someone else, your cultivation will be greatly damaged, unless you can destroy me with your own hands. But you and I are equal in strength, I won't die at all. You devil spirit, you're willing to commit suicide? Immortal Jin Yuan chuckled. I've already decided to wait here. When the savior arrives, he will definitely save the world. Even if the one who comes is Brother Echo. The wind spirit man sneered. Chapter 518. At the thought of Evil Sword God, Immortal Jin Yuan felt an intense stabbing pain in his heart, as if his intelligence had been insulted. The most important thing was that this, Brother Echo, nickname was extremely demonic, and Immortal Jin Yuan couldn't help thinking of the song, SpongeBob SquarePants, which made him shake his head and shake his legs like a bunch of idiots who did, social shake. His immortal image was ruined. He had done a divination, and it told him that an almighty was bound to descend on this world before long, so he had been waiting all this time. But he never expected that not only would he not see an almighty, he would instead see a reckless fool. That person certainly has some strength, but it's not enough, right? Wind Spirit sneered. I feel like I can poke him to death with one finger is a bit much. Brother Echo's strength is still okay, 2 fingers. Immortal Jin Yuan and his inner demon spirit had always been irreconcilable, but on this issue, he realized that he and the demon spirit were surprisingly on the same page. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't kill the innocent for fear of ruining the judgment of the divination and polluting the feng shui of this planet, at that time, Immortal Jin Yuan had indeed thought about directly poking this person to death. Immortal Jin Yuan sighed and stared at his inner demon in front of him. Are you here to stop me today? I'm going to take you back. Come with me, we'll build a world together. I'll be emperor, you'll be emperor. Wind Spirit stared at him. Jin Yuan, you can't wait much longer. Haven't you noticed that my outline is becoming clearer and clearer? Immortal Jin Yuan frowned deeply, his expression very solemn. Of course he had noticed, and also knew that he didn't have much time left. His inner demon was moving towards materialization, and was now almost 60% complete. Forget 100%, when it reached 90%, he would already be powerless to stop it. The materialization of the inner demon would completely devour him, and he wouldn't be able to stop it at all. When that time came, they would truly become one. It was just that his soul would forever be enslaved by this inner demon, and it would replace him as the new master of this body. And if such a thing were to happen, the entire human world would suffer a calamity. This world, what a beautiful world, Billy, which had just gone public, Ram's company. The growing strength of the nation, Immortal Jin Yuan still remembered that he had gone to see the documentary film Awesome, My Country a while ago. He didn't want to destroy these beautiful things with his own hands. Back then, the red-haired youth felt that separating this inner demon from his body was the stupidest decision he had ever made in his life. Wind Spirit. Immortal Jin Yuan looked up. His eyelashes were very long and his eyes were like the autumn light of water. Let's reason things out. Although he could not see the contours of the inner demon's expression, there was no need to see it at all. This was because the red-haired youth could imagine the cunning face of the inner demon when she smiled. Just as the inner demon had said, they came from the same source. Apart from their different personalities, everything else was the same as looking into a mirror. The inner demon folded her arms and stared at him with an amused expression. Oh. What's the reason? Today, I'm going to exterminate you. The moment she said this, Immortal Jin Yuan made his move. In the blink of an eye, his entire body directly disappeared, and a white blade of light drifted out from between his fingers. Like a flying dagger, it slashed out from under the black cloak at an extremely fast speed, like a divine dragon exploring the sea. God Extermination Blade. This wasn't the name of a magic weapon, but the name of a spell. With one slash, God Extermination Deception, a powerful aura instantly swept through the world with the momentum that even gods and devils would find hard to stop. This attack, which was made up of pure spirit energy mixed with primordial chi, didn't touch the ground. Just by passing through the sky, it already plowed a huge, bottomless crack in the ground, like the mouth of a giant abyss, making people shudder. You're afraid that if you use all your strength, you'll destroy this planet that you found with so much difficulty. Wind Spirit sneered in the face of the God Extermination Blade attack. It's just a mere grade 9 spell, I can also. Wind Spirit didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure, and with a flick of his fingers, a blade of light also flew out. Using the God Extermination Blade to fight the God Extermination Blade. But the difference was, Wind Spirit's God Extermination Blade was black. It wasn't as pure as Immortal Jin Yuan's, and was mixed with a kind of dark, boundless power, which was even more hair-raising to look at. The two God Extermination Blades collided head-on, causing the already cracked ground to become even more devastated. The two energies tore at each other and finally formed a huge energy explosion, like the explosion caused by a meteorite impact. Immortal Jin Yuan narrowed his eyes and rose into the air. He floated in the air because there was no longer any place to stand on in the soil under his feet, and every step forward would lead to a bottomless abyss. After the explosion subsided, Immortal Jin Yuan gazed at the smoke in front of him and flicked his sleeves lightly, instantly dispersing it. He looked at Wind Spirit in front of him. This God Extermination Blade is a spell I created not long ago. How do you know it? You've already ruled me out, but that doesn't mean you won't have inner demons. It's just that all of them will come to me. Inner demons also contain your memories. So you know how to do it, and I know how to do it. Whether it's in the past or now. Wind's spirit faced immortal Jinyuan in the air. If you use your full strength, you might stand a chance, and there's a slim chance you can destroy me, Wind's spirit teased. He knew that the red-haired young man in front of him couldn't bring himself to do it at all, because the planet stored in this space had been found with great difficulty outside the Milky Way. Although it was a lot smaller than Earth, it was the second planet most suitable for human cultivators to live on. As long as they laid down simple nomological laws and built the mountains and rivers, it would be fine. The most important thing was that this small planet was very rich in spirit chi. Wind's spirit couldn't help laughing. Actually, you and I just need to work together and search carefully. In this vast outer Milky Way, there are planets more suitable for us to build an empire on. Immortal Jinyuan was a little tired. They were equal in strength, and even if they went all out in a fight, they might not necessarily end well. Putting aside whether or not he could seriously injure this inner demon, he was bound to be injured in the fight. Once he was injured or in a weakened state, this devil spirit wouldn't even need to wait for it to completely materialize before it could directly seize his body. At that moment, immortal Jinyuan was truly in a dilemma. Everything, was it all over? Immortal Jinyuan looked up, his cloak fluttering despite the lack of wind. But right at that moment, immortal Jinyuan and Wind's spirit felt it almost at the same time, as if the earth was shaking. To be exact, it should be the whole planet shaking. Then, there was a hum. All of a sudden, a beam of golden holy light fell straight down from the top of Wind's spirit's head. Chapter 5:19. It was a violent tremor that shook the whole planet, as if the core of the planet was churning. The moment the fluctuations hit, both immortal Jinyuan and Wind's spirit instinctively felt a sense of danger. But while it was dangerous, it wasn't fatal, so their expressions were quite calm. Wind's spirit frowned as he looked at the red-haired young man in front of him. He knew that the fluctuations definitely weren't from this man. Furthermore, there was a hint of surprise on the man's face, and it was clear that he didn't know anything about this abnormal energy fluctuation. Could it be that this planet was going to be destroyed? Wind's spirit instinctively thought of a hypothesis that might not be quite correct. Basically, he had all of Jinyuan's memories. Back then, in order to find this second planet suitable for cultivators to live on, Jinyuan had spent a whole 1,000 years exploring the Milky Way on his own. In the end, he had found the one he was standing on among countless other planets. Because this planet was dry and cracked all year round and didn't have the slightest bit of moisture, immortal Jinyuan had named it Drought Star. After spending 1,000 years, he had only found this one drought star, but immortal Jinyuan hadn't even finished exploring 1/10 or 12th of this vast Milky Way. Because he had to consider the time it would take for him to return, immortal Jinyuan's trip to the planet had ended very quickly, and he had only brought back this drought star. Although this planet didn't have any moisture, it actually wasn't a big problem. The most important thing was that this planet had a stable structure and was rich in spirit energy, which was what immortal Jinyuan had set his eyes on. So the moment Drought Star shook, Wind's spirit felt that the theory in his mind wasn't very reliable. But if this abnormal energy fluctuation wasn't from Jinyuan, then who could it be? To be able to cause this kind of fluctuation, it was clear that this person's strength had already surpassed true immortal level, but in the current world of human cultivators, Wind's spirit and Jinyuan were the only two people who had broken through to true immortal realm. In the short 2 seconds that the planet shook, Wind's spirit thought of a lot of things. Then, all of a sudden, he felt a very warm feeling on his head. Wind's spirit looked up. He was stunned to find, it was a beam of light. Lord Ma's space transmission spell actually opened up a passageway, and it took no more than 5 seconds for Wang Ling to locate the coordinates he wanted from the Wang family's small villa. But it was in these 5 seconds that Wang Ling, who was about to emerge from the passageway, sensed the aura of someone in this space. Furthermore, they were 2 completely different auras. When Wang Ling sensed these two auras colliding violently, he immediately realized that someone was fighting in this space. And it was obvious that neither of them was weak, at least judging from their auras. Wang Ling felt that they were more reliable than Evil Sword God. Wang Ling hadn't expected that there would actually be people here, so the second before he was teleported, he hurriedly cast the Great Void spell on himself to make himself transparent. Wang Ling didn't use this spell very often, because once the Great Void spell was activated, it would take 12 hours for the spell to dissolve on its own. Just like the Great Fortune Art, it was a great Dao that could not be cancelled halfway. Actually, in the 3,000 Great Daos, there were many spells that couldn't be cancelled midway. After all, these were the 3,000 Great Daos, the existences that modern cultivators called Heavenly Dao. Using it and cancelling it as one pleased, how humiliating would the Heavenly Dao be? Thus, this move wasn't suitable for school. Thus, when the light of teleportation directly shone down on Wind Spirit's head like a miracle, Wind Spirit subconsciously covered his eyes. Although he hadn't fully formed yet, his visual organs were still there. This light was very dazzling to his eyes. In the distance, Immortal Jin Yuan also narrowed his eyes slightly as they also felt a stabbing pain. Both of their hearts shook almost at the same time. It wasn't normal for them to actually be able to feel a stabbing pain. After becoming a venerated immortal, the heavenly eye would transform into an immortal's eye, which was called Immortal Eye for short. In terms of performance, the Immortal Eye was naturally far superior to the heavenly eye. Even Evil Sword God's Purple Investigative Demon Eye couldn't compare to the Immortal Eye by 1 or 2 10,000ths. But even so, they were still stung by the golden light that descended from the sky. Even Wind Spirit, who was relatively close to it, could feel his eyeballs burning. Wind Spirit gritted his teeth and endured the pain, which he hadn't felt in a long time, and almost lost his composure and cried out in alarm. However, the teleportation light quickly disappeared. When Wind Spirit opened his eyes again, he saw that the teleportation light had disappeared. When Wind Spirit opened his eyes again, he suddenly saw a flash of green in front of him. Then, he felt something meaty smashing into his face. He was actually unable to maintain his balance due to the huge impact, and was directly sent flying through the air. F***K. At the same time, Loopy Toad cried out in its heart as it was lifted up by a golden light. This was Wang Ling's golden light shield. When fighting in space outside Earth, the golden light shield also had the effect of an adaptive magic ring, which allowed Loopy Toad to quickly adapt to its environment. Furthermore, when gravity changed, it could also allow Loopy Toad to float freely in the air. Actually, no matter where this space was, Wang Ling had to strengthen Loopy Toad's golden light shield. Because in the 5 seconds he had been in the passage, he had already sensed that this space was very dangerous. And when they actually landed, Wang Ling's suspicions were confirmed. It was as if a heavenly dog had gnawed on a large chunk of the ground under their feet. There were still fluctuations of energy, and when they dissipated, the gas that was released smelled very much like gunpowder smoke. It was very obvious that someone had already been fighting. Loopy Toad floated in the air on its 4 dog legs, feeling a little unused to it. But very quickly, it calmed down and looked at the ground under its paws, which looked like it had been hit by a primordial chi bomb. Speaking of which, did it bump into something just now? Because of Little Master Ling's golden light shield, Loopy Toad hadn't felt the slightest bit of pain even after such a violent collision. Dog? In the distance, Immortal Jin Yuan looked at the green figure in the air after the golden light dissipated with a bewildered expression on his face. Why would a dog land here? And from the looks of it, it was a dog that hadn't taken human form, but the point was that this dog had a faint layer of golden light on its body. Oh my! Could that be the legendary golden light shield? Immortal Jin Yuan remembered that it was an almighty halo that could only be obtained after one's body had become a sage, and after comprehending 3 or more heavenly Dao and using the power of heavenly Dao to condense a Dharma idol. Could it be, this dog was the savior? Chapter 520. Although he clearly felt that this answer was a little unrealistic, Immortal Zhen Yuan was someone who had seen much of the world, and he very quickly regained his composure. There were too many bizarre things these days. Immortal Zhen Yuan was already used to them. In fact, when he had been calculating the hexagram previously, he had felt that it was very strange, because the final result of the hexagram would always show the character G. But Immortal Zhen Yuan still didn't understand what on earth this G represented. At first, Immortal Zhen Yuan had speculated that it might be a surname. But he very quickly rejected this answer. Nowadays, whenever something happened in the entertainment circle, someone would reveal that some G was a little fresh meat with the surname XXX, that person would at least give a range, but this simple G was really too wide a range. Now that Loopy Toad had appeared, Immortal Zhen Yuan suddenly felt relieved. It turned out, this G meant dog. In that instant, Immortal Zhen Yuan suddenly felt that the principle of Great Tao being the simplest really did exist. Wang Ling, who was in a state of nothingness, could clearly hear the figure of the red-haired young man standing in the air in the distance and looking at Loopy Toad as he sighed with emotion. G? Actually, Wang Ling's first thought was that it was the crispy noodle snacks. In the nothingness, Wang Ling watched the red-haired young man's every move. Actually, he didn't expect this red-haired young man to be the legendary Immortal Zhen Yuan. This was probably the first time Wang Ling had come into contact with an expert at the venerated immortal level. He could clearly sense that this Immortal Zhen Yuan and the person whom Loopy Toad had sent flying earlier both had the power of two heavenly Tao nomological powers in them. Taoist Guang's idea was completely correct. After reaching the venerated immortal level, you could indeed receive a boost from the power of heavenly Tao. As for how many you could open up, it depended on luck and talent. In fact, it wasn't Taoist Guang who had come up with this theory at the very beginning. It was just that the concentration of spirit qi in the cultivation world was getting thinner by the day, and many experts had analyzed that there shouldn't be any experts above true immortal level in the world, so the idea that one could comprehend heavenly Tao after reaching the venerated immortal level had never been confirmed. Furthermore, there were even some extremists who believed that the venerated immortal realm didn't exist at all, and that even the widespread, Immortal Zhen Yuan, was just a legend. But now that he had seen Immortal Zhen Yuan in person, the case had already been solved. First, Immortal Zhen Yuan was indeed a venerated immortal. Secondly, becoming an immortal venerable could indeed comprehend the heavenly Tao. Third, the above 2 points actually didn't have much to do with Wang Ling. Because with 2 heavenly Tao in his body, this level wasn't enough for him at all. Although stepping into the immortal reverent realm was indeed different from being a true immortal. When he had seen General Yi and Secretary Dakang before, he hadn't felt the slightest bit afraid. But now, at the very least, his heart raced twice a minute. However, that was only 2 blows. Wang Ling sighed in his heart, still a little disappointed. To be honest, he felt that this immortal venerable realm was a little weak, but he still hadn't given up hope of finding the immortal's treasure house. Although this immortal was weaker than he had imagined, at least he had lived longer than him. Who knew if there was anything in the treasury that could suppress the primordial qi? Wang Ling lowered his head in thought. Senior dog. Senior dog. At that moment, Immortal Zhen Yuan had already flown over with an excited look on his face. He kept calling Senior Dog, which sounded a little like he was swearing at someone. This action startled Loopy Toad a little. But because of Wang Ling, Loopy Toad very quickly recovered its composure. Little Master Ling's aura was too strong, which made Dog 2 feel extremely at ease. It knew that Wang Ling had already entered his intangible state and was standing behind it. Furthermore, Loopy Toad was protected by the golden light shield, so it actually didn't need to panic at all. And now, Wang Ling was prompting it to put on an act. Loopy Toad could only do as he was told. May I ask how I should address Senior Dog? Immortal Zhen Yuan was very respectful. The look in his eyes had already confirmed that Loopy Toad was the savior which his divination had foreseen. Loopy Toad wasn't in a hurry to speak, because if it was going to put on an act, it had to do it properly. Look at those true experts, which one of them would casually strike up a conversation? It didn't even turn its head. In the face of a venerated immortal's warm greeting, Loopy Toad merely flicked its tail as if it were a horsetail whisk. Its posture was very confident and at ease. When Wang Ling was in his intangible state, it wasn't just his entire body that was invisible, even his aura was completely concealed. Even its aura was completely concealed, and even immortal Zhen Yuan couldn't detect it. Actually, this was already enough to show the gap between them. At that moment, Wang Ling stood behind Loopy Toad and quietly watched as his dog too played the role of savior. Wang Ling had already understood the general sequence of events from immortal Zhen Yuan's mind reading, and had also synchronized the information with Loopy Toad. So Loopy Toad's expression now was that it knew what was going on. Seeing that this senior dog hadn't paid any attention to him all this time, the red-haired young man suddenly looked a little embarrassed. Just as he was about to speak, Loopy Toad directly raised a paw and pointed at the abyss under its feet, indicating for the young man to be quiet. Immortal Zhen Yuan was startled again. As expected of the savior, he actually knew everything. He hadn't said anything yet. In the next instant, there was a bright glimmer of light in the gloomy pit under their feet, and a black sword light slashed out from the bottom of the abyss. "Senior, be careful. This is the God Extermination Blade. It's a grade 9 spell," Immortal Zhen Yuan warned. Loopy Toad pretended to be calm and closed its eyes. In any case, it could just leave everything to Little Master Ling. It couldn't see the trajectory of a grade 9 spell at all. So, it might as well close its eyes. Only grade 9, the corners of Wang Ling's mouth twitched. Standing behind Loopy Toad, he flicked his fingers at the God Extermination Blade, and an invisible air cannon shot out from between them. This was the most basic grade 10 spell, the one-finger air cannon. In fact, Wang Ling could also use 2 fingers, 3 fingers, and the highest 4 fingers. But 2 fingers was level 11, 3 fingers was level 12, and 4 fingers was level 13, because he had just arrived on this planet, he didn't know its structure very well. Wang Ling was worried that the destructive force would be too great, and it wouldn't be very polite if he destroyed the planet's core with 1 finger of air. In any case, immortal Zhen Yuan had traveled outside the Milky Way for 1,000 years before he found a planet suitable for immigration. It really wouldn't be good to destroy it just like that. When this one-finger air cannon shot out directly, immortal Zhen Yuan saw that the black God Extermination Blade which Wind's spirit had shot out at the bottom of the abyss didn't even have a chance to hit, and was actually directly swallowed up halfway. When spells collided with one another, there were only 2 outcomes, either they exploded or they were swallowed up. If the energy was swallowed up, this proved that the energy density of the one-finger air cannon was far above that of the God Extermination Blade. Immortal Zhen Yuan was instantly shaken. When this senior dog faced the God Extermination Blade, its expression had been so disdainful. And it had actually closed its eyes. Furthermore, it hadn't even made a move, but was actually able to launch such a powerful attack. Chapter 521. This air cannon had been fired from the front of Loopy Toad. From what immortal Zhen Yuan could see, this senior dog hadn't moved at all. It just floated in the air, wrapped in a faint layer of protective golden light. At the same time, its eyes were slightly closed, and it had the air of an insufferably arrogant demon king. The red-haired young man was frightened by this aura, it was truly too frightening, and his train of thought was actually cut short for a moment. Earlier, he had been silently speculating about Loopy Toad's identity. Based on his many years of experience, immortal Zhen Yuan had come up with several more plausible guesses, but he hadn't dared confirm them. At first, immortal Zhen Yuan had thought that this senior dog in front of him was probably at peak venerated immortal level, but after firing this air cannon, he immediately rejected this idea. Because, he could already hear Wind's spirit's mournful scream at the bottom of the abyss. Immortal Zhen Yuan couldn't help sucking in a cold breath. Wind's spirit was his inner demon and shared the same origin as him. Furthermore, they were both at the middle venerated immortal level. Even if this senior dog was at peak venerated immortal level, it shouldn't have been able to make Wind's spirit let out such a miserable scream with just 1 air cannon. Strength that far surpassed that of a venerated immortal. Immortal Zhen Yuan stared at Loopy Toad in astonishment, but it still had its eyes closed with an indifferent expression. To be honest, he was intimidated by this aura, and felt that his three views had been refreshed. Before he had met Loopy Toad, the red-haired young man had always thought that his realm was already the highest among cultivators today. Who could have thought that there really was a realm higher than venerated immortal? That was because one had to undergo the samsara spirit tribulation to break through to venerated immortal, which in turn consumed a tremendous amount of spirit energy of heaven and earth. Inferring from the concentration of spirit energy in this era, it was indeed as scientists had said, no one could cultivate to venerated immortal level, let alone an existence stronger than that. Immortal Zhen Yuan had been able to cultivate to this point partly because his cultivation was indeed very high, but a large part of it had actually been luck. That was because Immortal Zhen Yuan had discovered an energy body that could replace spirit energy and was even denser than it was, and he had borrowed this new energy body to reach this step. It had been an extremely painful process. When the energy body, which was even stronger than spirit energy, had filled his body, he had almost wanted to die. And his inner demon, which he now called Wind Spirit, had been separated when he had received the new energy. At the bottom of the abyss, Wind Spirit sank another few hundred meters after being hit by the cannon. However, his aura still existed, and he did not die. Only, one of his arms was already broken. Wind Spirit gritted his teeth and immediately used a healing spell to heal his wounds. However, the healing speed was extremely slow. Heavy damage effect? He had never thought that the spell would have such a special characteristic. Even more so, he did not expect that a level 10 spell that could easily devour the god-destroying blade was cast by a dog. This was definitely not the power of an immortal sovereign. An immortal Empyrean's destructive power wouldn't be so great, but that strike just now nearly killed him. So when Wind Spirit floated up from the bottom of the abyss, his face covered in dirt, Immortal Zhen Yuan was once again stunned by the scene in front of him. This was because Wind Spirit had suffered heavy injuries. His mouth and nose were bleeding, and most importantly, his right arm had actually been smashed by that attack. Standing behind Loopy Toad in his incorporeal form, Wang Ling carefully observed Wind Spirit in front of him. This was a mass of energy formed from Immortal Zhen Yuan's inner demon, but it was gradually turning solid and exuding an evil aura, which was stronger than that of evil sword gods. After all, their realms weren't on the same level. Wang Ling hadn't immediately killed Wind Spirit in one blow, but had held back. On one hand, it was his first time running into a venerated immortal, and he wanted to test his strength. On the other hand, he didn't want to expose his identity in front of Immortal Zhen Yuan at the moment, and it just so happened that this inner demon was here to experiment on. Wang Ling felt that this was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. This was an existence that had mutated from an energy body and transcended the 3 realms and the 5 elements. It shouldn't exist in this world, so Wang Ling wouldn't feel guilty even if he truly destroyed it. After that friendly and harmonious test just now, Wang Ling had indeed discovered the difference between a venerated immortal and a true immortal, because he had sensed primordial qi in the god-destroying blade just now. Although this primordial qi was far less powerful than his own. Why was Wang Ling's spell so destructive? Because it was a mixture of primordial qi and spirit energy. As Wang Ming had guessed, venerated immortals already had primordial qi in their bodies, but the truth was that the main medium for activating spells was still spirit energy. Since the primary and secondary factors were different, the effects of the spells would be completely different. At that moment, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Wang Ling told Loopy Toad to keep its eyes closed to avoid being seen through. This wind spirit hadn't completely materialized yet, and its facial features couldn't be seen clearly, but Wang Ling could still sense its resentful gaze and its entire body was filled with hostility. If Loopy Toad met this kind of gaze head-on, its legs would definitely turn to jelly. Wang Ling habitually called this kind of oppressive gaze the jelly leg stare. But this kind of stare had no effect on Wang Ling at all. Essentially, the oppressive gaze was meant to evoke fear in a person's spirit. The problem was that the primordial qi in Wang Ling's body could help him control his emotions. Not to mention the fact that he wasn't afraid at all. Even if he wanted to be afraid, he wouldn't be. So in a normal situation, he just needed to steady his mind and not meet the other party's gaze. Loopy Toad closed its eyes. As for its mind, it was protected by its own golden light shield, so there was no need to worry. Very quickly, Wind Spirit, who was floating in the air, couldn't help but grit his teeth as he realized that his immortal eye suppression didn't have any effect on this dog at all. The main point was that this dog actually didn't even open its eyes. He was actually being looked down upon by a dog. As the hostility grew thicker and thicker, Wang Ling sensed abnormal energy fluctuations churning inside Wind Spirit's body, and at the same time, its aura also soared. Senior dog, be careful. This Wind Spirit is the manifestation of my inner demon, and the hostility will make him go berserk. Immortal Zhen Yuan warned. To be honest, it had been a very long time since he had seen Wind Spirit in a berserk state. Before Wind Spirit's physical form had reached this level, Immortal Zhen Yuan had found several opportunities to almost exterminate him, but each time, at a critical juncture, Wind Spirit would go berserk. In this berserk state, Wind Spirit's combat ability was very strong. Every time it came to this, Immortal Zhen Yuan would have no choice but to avoid battle. That was because there was a big prerequisite to dealing with Wind Spirit, and that was that Immortal Zhen Yuan couldn't be seriously injured, otherwise he could be devoured by this inner demon at any time. Senior dog, be careful. The red-haired young man shouted. At that moment, Wind Spirit had already launched his second round of attacks. He rushed over. His fist struck Loopy Toad's golden light shield. And then, his entire body was directly sent flying. Immortal Zhen Yuan, very well, senior dog, pretend I didn't say anything. Chapter 522. Wang Ling's protective golden light was so powerful that even a venerated immortal couldn't break through it. However, although Wind Spirit was bounced back, he did not suffer too much damage. That blow just now was just a probing attack. He was testing the strength of the protective golden light. As a result, not only did the punch send him flying, but even his entire left arm was numb. What a powerful protective golden light! Wind Spirit exclaimed in his heart. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and did not use his full strength. Otherwise, the backlash from the protective golden light would only cause him to suffer the consequences. In this berserk state, the energy in Wind Spirit's body was abnormally restless, and the broken arm that Wang Ling had smashed apart earlier was now actually reformed with wisps of black qi. Wang Ling wasn't the slightest bit surprised. If this person had a human body, it would have been impossible for him to recover in a short period of time after Wang Ling had destroyed his arm and the heavy injury effect. However, the essence of the Wind Spirit was a high-density mutated energy body. It was not strange for it to extract a portion of the high-density energy in its body and turn it into 4 limbs. Wind Spirit pinched his new right arm as he stared at the red-haired young man in the air in the distance and laughed sinisterly. Zhen Yuan, are all you human cultivators so cowardly? You actually need to rely on a dog to save them? But Face Eyes couldn't help but twitch. What the hell? This guy actually discriminated against animals. You are not allowed to talk about senior dog like that. In the air, Immortal Zhen Yuan shouted sternly, since entering the modern era, humans and spirit beasts have adhered to the principle of peaceful coexistence. As for the spirit-beast contract, it's also based on equal cooperation. At the very least, we are all living beings, but you are not. Wang Ling nodded and felt that this was already pretty straightforward. To put it simply, you are not human. There was nothing wrong with what he said, but it completely enraged Wind Spirit. But don't you forget who created me. He let out a sharp shriek, and the ear-piercing sound waves rolled up a huge spirit tide. It surged wantonly, and even the sand in the vicinity was swept up. For a moment, the sky changed color, and the wind blew and clouds surged. Wang Ling looked up at the sky. Drought Star's sky was gray without the slightest bit of light, and there wasn't a single drop of water here. But at that moment, a vast expanse of dark clouds had gathered in the sky, and it looked like it was going to rain heavily. The emotions of an immortal venerable could cause a phenomenon in the world. At that moment, Wang Ling made a second discovery. This was a very small discovery, but it could lead to an inference, and that was related to the density of the primordial qi that could be produced in the body of an immortal sovereign. Because the concentration of his primordial qi was too high, it directly had the effect of purifying his emotions. Even if he suppressed the Tao talisman, the concentration was only restored to a normal level for Wang Ling, so he usually had a poker face and couldn't smile even if he wanted to. After wearing the talisman, the ratio of the original qi to the spiritual power in his body was 50%. If he wanted to express his emotions normally, the concentration of the original qi had to be suppressed to 15% to 20%. This was the data that Wang Ming had calculated. Wang Ling remembered that the first version of the talisman seal that Wang Ming had developed could suppress the concentration of his primordial qi to 25%. It was just that the talisman's effectiveness had been getting lower and lower over the years. Immortal Zhenyuan couldn't refute Wind Spirit's point of view, because this was the truth. Wind Spirit had indeed been born because of him, and it could be said that Wind Spirit's brain contained the darkest side of Immortal Zhenyuan's heart. But even so, it was also true that this Wind Spirit wasn't a normal, living creature. If he wasn't eliminated, there would be no end of trouble in the future. But Wind Spirit didn't think so. Because the heart demon had been separated from Immortal Zhenyuan, Wind Spirit subconsciously believed that he was in fact a human, so after hearing the red-haired young man's impassioned speech in defense of Senior Dog, Wind Spirit was almost instantly enraged. After turning invisible, Wang Ling could clearly see a black stream of air rapidly swirling around inside his body. This was none other than the vicious energy produced by the heart demon, which contained arrogance, jealousy, rage, sloth, greed, lust and lust. Usually, the Great Purification Spell was Wang Ling's first choice to deal with this kind of unclean thing. But not today, because Immortal Zhenyuan had to personally kill this Wind Spirit. Wind Spirit had said before that if he killed himself or was killed by someone else, it would greatly damage Immortal Zhenyuan's cultivation. Thus, Wang Ling had to beat the other party to critical health and let Immortal Zhenyuan personally kill him. Behind Loopy Toad, Wang Ling felt a faint resentment in his heart. Why was this the control branch he was familiar with again? What scores were the most difficult in exams? 60 and the average score were the most difficult. But in a showdown between cultivators, the most difficult was this kind of deathly situation. Wind Spirit knew that this green-furred dog in front of him wasn't simple. Since he couldn't break through the golden light shield, melee combat was definitely out of the question. Narrowing his eyes, Wind Spirit decided to directly release his ultimate killing move and destroy everything here, Zhenyuan. I won't be soft today. At that moment, Wind Spirit, in his berserk state, shouted softly, and his voice directly whistled through the air to shake the whole planet. It was as if he was standing in the eye of a storm as black vicious energy swirled around him like a vortex. After a few seconds, the vicious energy around him actually started to gradually condense. He actually absorbed it. Immortal Zhenyuan was also startled at this scene. In the previous few matches, Wind Spirit in his berserk state had already been very difficult to deal with in melee combat alone. Wind Spirit would wrap the vicious energy around his fists to multiply his strength, then use his Ripple Sprint spell to create an aura, but this was the first time Immortal Zhenyuan had seen this move today, and he had no idea what the other party was going to do at all. After absorbing all the vicious energy into his body, Wind Spirit's body actually turned black straight away. Loopy Toad's eyes narrowed into slits as it was stupefied by the completely black Wind Spirit. Wasn't this little black downstairs? Wind Spirit smiled sinisterly as he looked at Immortal Zhenyuan. Zhenyuan, have you ever seen a grade 12 spell? Grade 12? Immortal Zhenyuan was stupefied. The most powerful killing move he could use now was only grade 11. Furthermore, this move contained two of his great heavenly Tao. This was a killing move that he absolutely couldn't use unless he had no other choice. It had the power to destroy a planet. Grade 12. Immortal Zhenyuan couldn't imagine it at all. Very quickly, Wang Ling noticed that the black color of Wind Spirit's body had returned to normal, and there was a small ball the size of a glass bullet on his finger, which wouldn't be noticed at all if one didn't look carefully. After Wind Spirit went berserk, he had absorbed all the materialized vicious energy and condensed it into this small black ball, although it was very small. It gave people a feeling that the power wasn't that great. But it was just an illusion. When Father Wang was writing, readers often complained that his chapters were too short, but this was actually also an illusion. Chapter 523. A grade 11 spell was already a killer move that could destroy a planet. Immortal Zhenyuan couldn't imagine how powerful a grade 12 spell could be. One of the biggest reasons why he hadn't been able to take down Wind Spirit after so much time and hadn't been able to completely exterminate him was that when Wind Spirit entered a berserk state, the vicious energy on his body multiplied his strength. In this berserk state, Immortal Zhenyuan already found it hard to withstand pure hand-to-hand combat, and had almost been injured several times. But the red-haired young man never expected that this vicious energy could actually be combined with a spell to double its power. Furthermore, he had never seen the spell that Wind Spirit was using before, and had no idea what would happen. The black magic ball in Wind Spirit's hand floated above his palm from a long distance away. Although it was only the size of a marble, the extremely terrifying energy contained inside made the young man frown. In the next moment, Wind Spirit made his move. He flew higher and looked down from above, and the small black ball which had originally been floating above his palm actually flew into the sky in an instant. He spread his arms wide. Let the world feel pain. Loopy Toad, Immortal Zhenyuan, Wang Ling. Somehow, Wang Ling felt that this scene was a little familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. The moment the black magic ball merged into the sky, the dark sky, which had been covered by thunderclouds, instantly became quiet, and even the clouds seemed to have stopped moving. At that moment, Immortal Zhenyuan looked up at the sky, lost in thought for a moment. He knew that this was the calm before the storm. The power of this magic ball was enough to turn everything into dead silence. This was the first time that the red-haired young man had encountered a grade 12 spell, and he was shaken by this demonic power. Although a grade 11 spell could destroy a planet, it couldn't possibly be so powerful as to seal off the space of an entire planet. But at that moment, Immortal Zhenyuan used the immortal eye to see that the entire drought star was like a sparrow trapped in a birdcage. It was covered in layers of that vicious black energy which gradually shrank inward. Wang Ling also saw this scene. Although he didn't know what this spell was called, he didn't know what it was called. Although he didn't know what this spell was called, it was very obvious that this was a spell that used energy to seal off space and compress it continuously from the outside to the inside, ultimately detonating the planet's core and causing an explosion. The space has already been sealed. Senior Dog. We can't get out. How many years had it been? In that moment, that fear of death welled up in his heart again, causing his jade mansion to tremble violently. He had seen many big scenes and encountered countless dangers, but none of them had brought him as much fear as this one. It had been a long time since he had felt fear. The oppressive feeling of death that came from the depths of his soul made the young man feel a little suffocated at this moment. I call this move the Heavenly Star Explosion. Feng Ling laughed evilly. There was a hint of savagery in his laughter. All of you must die today. As soon as he said this, Wang Ling suddenly felt his body grow heavier. Under the influence of this evil energy, Drought Star's gravity became even stronger. I'm leading us to the star core. Immortal Zhenyuan frowned as he struggled to keep himself upright and not sink. However, the gravitational force gradually increased. In just a few seconds, the gravitational force had increased by dozens of times. Immortal Zhenyuan couldn't help grit his teeth. It was extremely hard for him to keep up. But at this rate, he could only hold on for another 2 minutes at most. If it was as Feng Ling said, he would die without a doubt. After struggling for dozens of seconds, he felt his eyelids grow heavier, and he wouldn't be able to keep his eyes open. It looked like this senior dog wasn't the real savior. Immortal Zhenyuan couldn't help sighing. At that moment, he turned his head to look at this senior dog next to him. "Senior, it's a pleasure to fight alongside you." Wang Ling and Loopy Toad, Immortal Zhenyuan sighed with emotion in his heart. He had wanted to say something like, "It's a pleasure to meet you," or, "It's an honor to fight alongside you," but very quickly, he realized something. This senior dog was still floating in the air as motionless as before, and there wasn't the slightest change in the expression on its dog head. The point was that this senior dog's dog fur was actually floating in the air. It seemed like it wasn't affected by the gravity at all. Loopy Toad stretched out a paw to point at the red-haired young man next to it, and a ripple spread out from its paw. Of course, this was actually Wang Ling's incorporeal form casting a spell to fix this abnormal gravity. A grade 12 spell was strong, but no matter how strong it was, it couldn't be stronger than Heavenly Tao. Loopy Toad was all too clear on this point. Each of the 3,000 great spells that its little master Ling had mastered was a grade 15 spell. What was this grade 12 spell going to use to fight Heavenly Tao? Gravity has been restored. Immortal Zhenyuan felt this change in disbelief as the pressure on his body instantly dissipated completely. Sweeping his immortal eye over Drought Star, he saw that the layer of evil and vicious chi wrapped around it hadn't dissipated. This meant that the Divine Exploding Heavenly Stars spell hadn't been lifted. Furthermore, under the effect of gravity, huge sinkholes started to appear in the parched and cracked ground as it gradually collapsed. It seemed that the gravity on his body had been corrected. Immortal Zhenyuan sucked in a cold breath of air. In the face of this large-scale AoE spell attack, his gravity had actually been single-handedly corrected. He once again witnessed how extraordinary this senior dog was. And just now, he had actually doubted the true identity of this senior dog, savior. What a stupid idea. Immortal Zhenyuan stared at Loopy Toad with excitement written all over his face. At that moment, Immortal Zhenyuan made an important decision. If he won this battle, he would wholeheartedly become a dog bragger. He would follow in Senior Dog's footsteps and reach the peak of cultivation. What was going on? On the other side, Wind's spirit was also startled when he saw this, and couldn't help tilting his neck. He carefully checked the state of the spell and found that there was nothing wrong with it. The Divine Exploding Heavenly Stars was operating normally, and the space here had been sealed off. Apart from the spellcaster, no one could escape. The Divine Exploding Heavenly Stars had increased Drought Star's gravity by several hundred times. Wind's spirit had initially wanted to see what kind of expression this dog and Zhenyuan would have when they were pulled to the edge of the star's core by the immense gravity, but he never expected that the dog would somehow be able to ignore the effect of gravity. How had it done this? Wind's spirit's expression turned a little solemn. On the other side, Wang Ling had more or less finished analyzing the principle behind the Divine Exploding Heavenly Stars. Actually, it was more or less the same as Wang Ling had guessed earlier. Even with Wind's spirit's evil aura, this Divine Exploding Heavenly Stars definitely had to be fused with the nomological laws of Heavenly Tao in order to unleash its explosive power. After reaching the venerated Immortal Realm, Immortal Zhenyuan had only comprehended 2 Heavenly Tao, but the crucial thing was that he hadn't grasped the essence of these 2 Heavenly Tao, just like Evil Sword God from before. Thus, since Heavenly Tao was fused into this spell, it would be very easy to handle the rest. Wang Ling looked up at the sky and searched for the black magic ball which Wind's spirit had thrown into the air. Then, he directly spoke telepathically to the 2 Heavenly Tao inside the magic ball. Gaia. In the next moment, the clouds in the sky dispersed. Chapter 524. After that, there was a long period of silence. The world was quiet as Immortal Zhenyuan and his heart demon Wind's spirit looked up at the sky. Because Little Master Ling's mind-reading ability was currently connected to Loopy Toad had clearly heard Wang Ling's telepathic message to the Heavenly Tao. If it wasn't for the fact that there were outsiders here, Loopy Toad felt that it wouldn't have been able to keep its expression straight. Its little master had actually directly roared back at the Heavenly Tao. What kind of operation was this? Wang Ling, who had turned invisible, also gazed at the sky, which had returned to tranquility, and sighed deeply in his heart. Sure enough, in this day and age, you still had to rely on roaring, loopy toad. What if *** King Roaring? On the other side, immortal Jin Yuan and Wind Spirit, the product of his inner demon, were practically thinking the same thing. Immortal Jin Yuan? Wind Spirit? Who could tell them what had just happened? A moment later, Wind Spirit couldn't help sucking in a cold breath, ***K. His big one had actually been cut off. No. To be more precise, it was as if his big one had directly disappeared. This scene had been too sudden, and neither immortal Jin Yuan nor his inner demon had expected it. Just a few seconds ago, after immortal Jin Yuan's gravity had been restored, he had used his immortal eye to see that the God Exploding Heavenly Stars spell was still in progress. Not only had the entire drought star been sealed in vicious chi, even the ground had started to collapse like crazy. However, in just the time it took to stare at it, all the unusual movements disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. Throughout the entire process, immortal Jin Yuan had been using his immortal eye to check on the vicious chi surrounding drought star. He didn't know if it was an illusion. The red-haired young man felt that rather than saying that the vicious chi enveloping drought star had disappeared, it was better to say that it had fled. It was as if it had encountered some natural enemy or prehistoric beast, and had instantly retreated without a trace. So, this was Senior Dog's doing? At that moment, both of their gazes involuntarily turned to Loopy Toad. It was very obvious. Because they didn't know anything about this Senior Dog, who had appeared with the golden light shield, at all. But the problem was, Senior Dog didn't move at all. Since the moment he appeared, he had been floating in the air. No matter how the environment around him changed, he was like a terracotta army. He stood calmly in the air with his eyes closed, and he used the most relaxed posture to neutralize Wind Spirit's attacks. This was a 12th stage spell. The power of a level 11 spell was enough to destroy a planet. Even an idiot would know how powerful a 12th grade spell was. If Wind Spirit's divine explosion of heavenly stars had succeeded, it wouldn't just be Drought Star. The link between the human world and the demon realm would also be destroyed, and in the worst-case scenario, the force of the explosion might directly rush out through the gate to another world, causing great damage to both worlds. Although it wouldn't be completely destroyed, if it were to explode, the consequences would be unimaginable. In that moment, immortal Jin Yuan suddenly felt the real gap between realms. He thought that after cultivating to the immortal venerable realm, he was already standing at the peak of the world. However, there was still a mountain higher than the mountain. Immortal Jin Yuan surmised that this Senior Dog's strength was at least at Sage Immortal level. This was a realm above Venerable Immortal. It was a whole level higher than Venerable Immortal. Rumor had it that a Sage Immortal Almighty had at least 81 heavenly Tao in their bodies. Furthermore, these 81 heavenly Tao were the minimum requirement to become a Sage Immortal, only a Sage Immortal with 81 heavenly Tao. Immortal Jin Yuan pondered in his heart as he wondered how many heavenly Tao Senior Dog had in its body. To be able to neutralize the attack of a 12th grade spell so easily, the number of heavenly Tao in its body had to be more than 100 at the very least. At this thought, Immortal Jin Yuan couldn't help clicking his tongue repeatedly in his heart. He never thought that there would actually be a Sage Immortal expert in this world who was stronger than a Venerable Immortal. How big was the gap between a Venerable Immortal and a Sage Immortal? Take the simplest example. For example, Immortal Jin Yuan could freely travel through the Milky Way and even move a planet over. However, celestial sages could create their own planets. One was a planet porter, the other could create a planet. That was the difference. To build a planet, it was far from enough to just learn how to create a small world and a great world, because it also involved the shaping of a star core and filling in the nomological framework. These were things that could only be created after mastering multiple heavenly Tao. The red-haired young man felt that he was still far from that level. Sure enough, if you didn't compare yourself to a strong expert, you would never recognize the gap between you and them. He didn't even move. yet he easily disintegrated a tier 12 spell. Maybe this was what a big shot was like. While the red-haired young man felt extremely disappointed, a fire was ignited in his heart once again. It looked like he would have to closely follow in Senior Dog's footsteps in the future. At that moment, the red-haired young man's eyes were already full of stars as he prostrated himself in reverence toward Loopy Toad. Senior Dog 1, do you accept disciples? Wang Ling, Loopy Toad. On the other side of the sky, Wind's spirit gritted his teeth fiercely at this scene, and the hostility in his heart bubbled up again. For some reason, when he saw the red-haired young man's expression toward a dog, he couldn't suppress the rage in his heart. Why? Wind's spirit suddenly roared. His chest heaved up and down as he gasped for breath, anger surging in his chest. Wang Ling and Loopy Toad. Wind's spirit's eyes were fixed on the red-haired young man on the other side. Why, you never showed it to me. Immortal Zhenyuan was startled. Why should I? Wang Ling, Loopy Toad couldn't help letting out a, in its heart. Wind's spirit, I was talking about your expression. Immortal Zhenyuan, to be honest, after seeing his grade 12 spell inexplicably neutralized by Senior Dog, Wind's spirit knew that he already had no chance of winning this fight. Because this was already his most powerful killing move, and also his final trump card. A moment later, Immortal Zhenyuan stared at Wind's spirit and couldn't help sighing softly. Wind's spirit, are you jealous? Because it hadn't completely materialized, Wind's spirit's facial features weren't fully formed, and only a rough outline could be seen. Wind's spirit instantly clenched his teeth as if he had been poked in a sore spot. Jealous? You say I'm jealous? Why should I be jealous? You created me, and now you're doing everything you can to destroy me. He lowered his head gloomily, his whole body trembling. So, I won't let you off easy. In the next moment, Wind's spirit moved again. He pounced directly at Immortal Zhenyuan, wanting to hug him. At that moment, Wang Ling, who had turned incorporeal, suddenly sensed the strange energy inside Wind's spirit's body condensing like crazy. Did he want to self-destruct? Wang Ling raised his hand and cast the Great Suppression spell. Wind's spirit's entire body froze, and at the same time, he felt the restless energy in his body calm down once again. It wasn't just his body, even his aura and realm had regressed in that instant. At that moment, the red-haired young man stared at the heart demon incarnation which was only a few meters away from him, and was slightly absent-minded. Still not attacking. At that moment, Loopy Toad couldn't help reminding him. Now that Wind's spirit was completely suppressed and even his realm had regressed, this was the best chance for Immortal Zhenyuan to kill him with his own hands. Because of what Wind's spirit had said earlier, Immortal Zhenyuan was also pondering it in his heart. I'm sorry, Wind's spirit, you shouldn't have appeared in this world. Immortal Zhenyuan stretched out one hand and pressed it against Wind's spirit's hair, which looked a little like a caress. Wang Ling noticed that at that moment, the red-haired young man was smiling at Wind's spirit. Wind's spirit already couldn't hold back his tears. Boom! In the next moment, there was the sound of an explosion from Immortal Zhenyuan's palm. This person, whom Immortal Zhenyuan had been entangled with for a long time and whom he called Wind's spirit. Chapter 525. This world was full of all kinds of helplessness to begin with. Before Zhenyuan had truly and thoroughly destroyed Wind's spirit, he had hated it to the bone. This was an energy body that had transformed from his inner demon, and had the same memories and abilities as him. Even after it had taken on a physical form, it had the same appearance as him. Wind's spirit's existence was like a mirror, except that it reflected the darkest side of Immortal Zhenyuan's heart. Everyone had a dark side. Even the peerless cultivators and the righteous swordsmen who roamed the Jianghu with swords all had dark sides. Because where there was light, there was always darkness. There were also places where light couldn't be found. However, when it came to dark things, people's first instinct in the depths of their hearts was always to escape. That was their most unreal self, and also their truest self. Thus, after the primordial chi had filled his body, the inner demon had evolved into Wind Spirit, and immortal Zhenyuan had always thought of a way to kill it. However, after Wind Spirit had truly been reduced to ashes, he had felt a little lonely in his heart. It was a very strange feeling that he couldn't put into words. But the moment he had killed Wind Spirit, the red-haired young man had felt a little heartache. This scene also made the incorporeal Wang Ling ponder deeply. But after destroying the inner demon, did it disappear completely? Of course not, the inner demon always existed, and couldn't be completely destroyed. A lot of the time, powerful cultivators in high positions would choose to go into seclusion for a long time, not to advance their realms, but to stabilize their minds and suppress their inner demons. Desires were always endless. After reaching a new height, they would always want to break through to the next level. As long as you were on the path of cultivation and growth, you would definitely encounter all kinds of things that would prompt the birth of your inner demon. Immortal Zhenyuan's inner demon was just a product of an accidental mutation, and it wasn't just because the primordial chi had cleansed his mind. This was just one of the reasons, and the specific reason for it was unknown, but this incident gave Wang Ling a wake-up call. Did he have an inner demon? Of course he did. It was just that the primordial chi was currently controlling his emotions. If the primordial chi was truly controllable one day, an inner demon would be born. The greatest courage a person could muster at this time was to face their own darkness head-on. And the hardest thing for a person to break through was to surpass himself. He wondered how he would deal with an inner demon like Wind Spirit in the future. To be honest, after dealing with Wind Spirit, it wasn't just immortal Zhenyuan, even Wang Ling and Loopy Toads sank into a long melancholy. This lesson was very real and very profound. Sometimes, the lessons brought about by a battle were far more profound than what was taught in textbooks or in class. As the saying goes, true knowledge comes from practice. The same logic applied to cultivators now, but in a society where the rule of law was universal, the younger generation of cultivators in Wang Ling's generation basically learned mostly theory. Apart from the agriculture, military training, and actual combat classes, which were arranged by schools every year, there were really too few opportunities for them to engage in actual combat training. Moreover, the most important premise of these officially arranged practical training was safety. But this was precisely the most insignificant part. Not so long ago, heroes had always been born in troubled times in the cultivation world. Every year at the National Cultivators Congress, representatives would propose increasing the number of opportunities for practical training and setting the difficulty of it. As long as it wasn't fatal, it didn't matter if one was seriously injured. Because no matter how serious an injury was, modern cultivation technology and all kinds of elixirs could be used to recover without leaving any sequelae. A lot of people felt that the younger generation of modern cultivators were mostly flowers raised in a greenhouse. Although it was a pretty good era of peace now, who could guarantee that this peace would last forever? The red-haired young man floated in the air. After exterminating Wind Spirit, his palm didn't fall, but stared in the direction in which it had disappeared and pondered for a long time. During this time, Wang Ling had already collected the energy source on Drought Star according to the designated coordinates using the energy harvester he had given to him. Wang Ling didn't know whether this abnormal energy source was primordial chi or some other special kind of energy. Furthermore, it was too thin and there were a lot of other gases mixed in here. Wang Ling couldn't make an accurate judgment, and would only know after Wang Ming compared it with the equipment. When Wang Ling came back with the energy, he noticed that the red-haired young man who had been deep in thought in the air was actually holding a red diamond-shaped crystal in his hand. The red-haired young man broke out in a sweat as he asked Loopy Toad, "Senior Dog, do you know what this is?" The red-haired young man had also suddenly seen this crystal. Not long after Wind Spirit had been exterminated, he had noticed glittering dust gathering in the air, and then slowly coalescing into a crystal like this. The corners of Loopy Toad's mouth twitched. Sage. Sage stone. Wang Ling. Goddamn sage stone. Wang Ling felt that this crystal looked a little familiar. He searched his memory bank based on the crystal's structure, and then found something called a Heart Demon Stone, which was very similar to this crystal. He sent a telepathic message to Loopy Toad, and it was responsible for passing on the message. Do you know about the Heart Demon Stone? Heart Demon Stone. Immortal Jinyuan was blank. In order to find a way to restrain Wind's spirit, he had looked up a lot of information on heart demons, and it seemed that he had seen some information on this Heart Demon Stone. Unfortunately, all the information he had looked through were ancient texts, and there wasn't even a single picture of it. Now that he was reminded, very quickly, the red-haired young man recalled something. So this is the Heart Demon Stone. This was an energy crystal obtained after eliminating the Heart Demon. It was mainly composed of 90% solid primordial chi and 10% rare metal elements. According to the ancient texts, the Heart Demon Stone could be used for cultivation. After defeating the Heart Demon, you could cultivate with the help of the stone. If you held the stone in your mouth during a battle, you could even directly increase the concentration of your primordial chi and increase the power of your spells. The Heart Demon Stone was very rare. Furthermore, basically anything that could be found in ancient texts from that era couldn't be bought in the modern cultivation world. Immortal Jinyuan sighed. This was his only gain from eliminating Wind's spirit this time, but for some reason, he still couldn't be happy. At that moment, the red-haired young man suddenly turned his head to look at Loopy Toad. By the way, how did Senior Dog get here? Loopy Toad looked away, not daring to meet the red-haired young man's gaze. I just happened to pass by. Nonsense. It couldn't answer that it had been brought here by the toilet, right? Chapter 526. Loopy Toad's answer was actually quite ambiguous, but out of respect for Senior Dog, the red-haired young man didn't think too much about it. Sometimes, it was really possible that he had made a small mistake while traveling through space and accidentally fell down to save the world. Actually, it was possible that he had saved the world. There were too many things in this world that couldn't be explained with common sense. Moreover, Jinyuan felt in his heart that big shots generally had very unique ways of thinking. Senior Dog definitely had its own unique reasons for being able to cultivate to such a high realm. On the other side, Wang Ling had already collected the gas data that Wang Ming had given him, and was going to let Loopy Toad go. To be honest, this fight with Wind's spirit this time had given Wang Ling a deep understanding of the strength of a venerated immortal, which was actually a little disappointing. He had thought that a venerated immortal was already very strong, but unfortunately, this level of combat strength wasn't enough at all. Although a venerated immortal had already begun to master the use of heavenly Tao, their comprehension of it was still far from enough. To be proficient in a heavenly Tao, one had to spend a lot of effort to cultivate it. Furthermore, when it came to comprehending a heavenly Tao, it actually depended a lot on luck. That was because a heavenly Tao was divided into many characteristics, and the strongest characteristic of all heavenly Tao was that it was proficient in everything. Of the 3,000 great spells that Wang Ling had currently mastered, all of his characteristics were of the highest level. So there were times when even Wang Ling himself felt that he was a little too strong. Wang Ling had originally wanted to ask more about the Immortal's treasure house, but after the battle, he instantly lost all interest. At that moment, Loopy Toad couldn't help asking the red-haired young man, "What are you going to do after this?" This wasn't Wang Ling's question, but Dog 2's own. Jinyuan pinched the Heart Demon Stone and sighed. I'll use this Heart Demon Stone to restore Drought Star to how it was before. You're quite obsessed with finding a second planet. Loopy Toad smiled. There's nothing I can do about it. The red-haired young man shrugged his shoulders. While he seemed to speak very casually, he actually felt a little regretful in his heart. Although there's still a long time before the spirit chi of heaven and earth is completely used up, given the current rate of extraction of the earth's environment, it might be destroyed before the spirit chi is used up. Senior should know this better than me, right? Loopy Toad turned its face away a little awkwardly. Of course. Although all the countries have signed the International True Immortal Convention to protect the spirit chi of heaven and earth as much as possible, the damage to the environment is real, said Immortal Jinyuan. The International True Immortal Convention that he mentioned was an agreement signed by all the countries in the world. All the true immortal experts had put their fingerprints on it and swore an oath. According to the convention, in order to protect the spirit chi of heaven and earth that had been overexploited on earth, all perfected immortals were not allowed to use the samsara spirit tribulation to ascend to immortal venerables. On one hand, the samsara spirit tribulation consumed too much spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It was very likely that the spiritual chi of an area would be sucked dry in a short period of time, resulting in a spiritual chi hole. As a result, a large amount of spiritual chi was lost along with the hole. On the other hand, there were currently no immortal venerable powerhouses among the leaders of the various countries. Therefore, advancing from a true immortal to an immortal venerable was actually a move that broke the balance of power between the countries. And in order to achieve long-term peace in the modern cultivation world, the International True Immortal Convention was born. So the truth was that General Yi, Marshal Jiang, Secretary Sun Dakong, President Qi, Minister Shi, the 10 founding generals actually had enough resources to advance to venerable immortal level. However, these resources referred to materials other than spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Only spiritual chi of heaven and earth was special. It was a product of nature, and once it was used up, it would be difficult to maintain. Thus, there were currently two major research topics in the scientific world. The first was, how to develop a new method for true immortals to advance to venerable immortal level without using the old method of extracting the spirit chi of heaven and earth like the samsara spirit tribulation, without putting too much burden on the natural environment. The second was, whether it was possible to develop an instrument that could replace spiritual chi of heaven and earth, or generate it. These two studies sounded easy, but they were in fact very difficult. Every 6 months, all the major countries would hold a joint meeting of experts to share and discuss their research. So far, however, there had been no practical solutions, and many of the theories put forward were even fantastical and unworkable. Given this premise, there were in fact a lot of people like Immortal Zhen Yuan who wanted to develop a second planet. Wang Ling knew quite a bit about this. This was the first time he had ever scored full marks in a science class in junior high school, and it was also the first time in his life that he had ever scored 100. Furthermore, Father Wang hadn't blamed him for doing so well. Because at that time, everyone in his class had scored 100, so, you created the gate between worlds to hide this drought star that you found? Also, I heard that the gate between worlds has descended on the human world dozens of times. Was it because you were conducting an improved version of the test? At that moment, Loopy Toad asked a very important question. It would have been better if it hadn't asked this question, but when it did, Immortal Zhen Yuan started to sigh in his heart again, as expected of Senior Dog. It even knew that it was the one who had invented the gate between worlds. Senior, you misunderstand. I invented the gate between worlds purely to build a bridge between the demon world and the human cultivation world. If I really wanted to deal with the spirit chi of heaven and earth, I thought it would be a good idea to connect with the demon world and discuss countermeasures with them. But little did I know that the gate between worlds could be used. Speaking up to this point, Immortal Zhen Yuan sighed. The last few times it suddenly descended, it was all because of wind spirit. In the end, the rumor was that I was the one doing a performance test for the gate between worlds. So this was the truth. Wang Ling and Loopy Toad nodded inwardly. Wang Ling could directly tell that Immortal Zhen Yuan wasn't lying. Actually, this actually made sense. Given Zhen Yuan's personality, summoning the gate between worlds to destroy a city didn't make sense to begin with. Before leaving, Loopy Toad sighed and looked at the extent of Drought Star's damage. The battle just now had already destroyed 1/6 of Drought Star's surface. 1/6 might seem small, but Drought Star was an entire planet. Even if it was smaller than Earth, it was still a huge area. Young man, work hard. Before leaving, Dog 2 pretended to be proud of its age and experience as it greeted Zhen Yuan. In fact, in some ways, it wasn't just Dog 2, even Wang Ling actually had a good impression of Immortal Zhen Yuan. Nowadays, there were too few people who chose to quietly sacrifice themselves for the greater good of humanity. Although choosing to move to the second planet was a pretty extreme idea, at the very least, Jin Yuan was contributing to the sustainable development of humanity in the future. Senior, wait. At that moment, the red-haired young man called out to it. Senior dog. Will we ever meet again? Loopy Toad turned its head. We'll see when the time comes. At that moment, Wang Ling was already stamping his foot. As long as they dodged 3 times, Lord Ma would send them back. Senior dog. This is for you. As soon as he said that, the red-haired young man threw a jade pendant at Loopy Toad, which caught it firmly with its dog paw. The moment it saw the jade pendant, Wang Ling's eyes lit up. Chapter 527. Wang Ling hadn't expected immortal Jin Yuan to actually hand over his immortal seal so generously. This was something that could only be condensed after reaching the true immortal realm, and represented the power of faith. There was usually a difference between a main seal and a branch seal. Generally speaking, an immortal seal was given to a believer or disciple to use to summon the owner of the seal when they prayed in a critical moment. But Jin Yuan didn't dare be careless. He was extremely respectful of Senior Dog, so he directly handed over his main seal. The biggest difference between a branch seal and a branch seal was that the owner of the seal had to decide whether or not to show up after praying. But once the owner of the main seal decided to summon it, no matter where they were or what they were doing, they would be directly teleported over. This was a venerated immortal's main immortal seal. When Loopy Toad held the immortal seal, it did its best to suppress the churning emotions in its heart. Immortal Jin Yuan was very polite. Senior Dog, please don't stand on ceremony, you must accept this immortal seal. This time, thanks to Senior's blessings, this world has been saved and Drought Star, which I worked so hard to find. This Junior has nothing to repay you with. Senior Dog, please keep this immortal seal. If Senior is busy, you can summon me at any time. You want to run errands for me? Loopy Toad was startled. However, the red-haired young man's answer was simpler and more brutal than Loopy Toad had imagined. No. I want to be Senior's dog. Loopy Toad, Wang Ming waited in the room for a while. Sitting cross-legged on Wang Ling's bed, he couldn't help feeling a little excited as he thought about something. After so many years of studying primordial qi, he had finally made progress, which was great news for him personally. Actually, before Wang Ling had taken the collector to collect it, Wang Ming had already guessed in his heart that this special energy source was definitely primordial qi, but he still needed to compare it with Wang Ling's primordial qi based on the data from the experiment. Otherwise, if it wasn't, where would he put his face as the strongest brain? In the end, Wang Ling came back a little earlier than Wang Ming had imagined. In less than half an hour, Lord Ma had brought Wang Ling and Loopy Toad back. Wang Ming came to the bathroom door and sniffed, then said, "Did you guys fight?" Loopy Toad was surprised and looked up at him. "How did you know?" "There's a smell of gunpowder on you," Wang Ming said. "We do research and do experiments, and we have to make all kinds of reagents, so our sense of smell is also very important. Don't look at me like this, my sense of smell has actually been strengthened. There is a chip inside that can multiply my sense of smell. In fact, my sense of smell is not necessarily weaker than that of those cultivators." "About what level?" Loopy Toad asked with great interest. "The chip will definitely be upgraded in the future. My current sense of smell is barely at the nascent soul stage," Wang Ming answered proudly. Loopy Toad thought this was already very awesome. It was rather unbelievable that an ordinary person could improve his sense of smell to the level of the nascent soul stage with a chip that could strengthen the sense of smell. But very quickly, Loopy Toad suddenly realized a problem and looked at Wang Ming in amazement. "How can you see, little master?" Wang Ling was now in his intangible state. But it was as if Wang Ming had seen Wang Ling and greeted him normally. Furthermore, this intangible state couldn't be cancelled midway, it had to wait for 12 hours to run out. So Loopy Toad was very puzzled. How could this guy see him? Wang Ming spread his hands, crouched down, and rubbed Loopy Toad's head as he sighed. If you've ever been stared at by a dead fish's eyes, even if he's completely invisible next to you, you can actually sense it through your sixth sense. In fact, Wang Ming preferred to call this feeling, BrotherCon intuition. Loopy Toad, Wang Ling. In this incorporeal state, everything Wang Ling touched would become incorporeal, including the collector in his hand, so he simply put it on the table and let Wang Ming pick it up himself. Take it, I'll look for you later if there's anything. Wang Ming sighed inwardly. When he got back this time, he would be locked up for a period of time. He couldn't go back on his promise to old Qi. The soonest he could come back again would be a month later. Ling Ling. Wang Ming put the collector away. He guessed that Wang Ling was sitting in the chair in front of the desk, so he stretched out his hand to feel Wang Ling's soft hair. In his intangible state, Wang Ling was completely invisible. No scientific instrument, cultivation spell, or eye technique would be able to detect him, and even his aura would disappear completely. But this intangible state could be touched. So when Wang Ming touched himself, Wang Ling sweated in his heart. He could actually touch himself like this. He suddenly wondered if Wang Ming had a pair of eyes that could only see him. Loopy Toad looked at Wang Ming and sked. You're really amazing, what's so special about it? I pretty much know his habits. Don't look at how I'm only grabbing his hair now, I can also pinch anywhere else. As he spoke, Wang Ming flexed his slender fingers and gestured as he spoke. The corner of Wang Ling's mouth twitched. In its heart, Loopy Toad started to sigh with emotion at the breadth and depth of Huaxiu culture. Although its language wasn't good, it still knew a thing or two about rhetoric and word analysis. The word pinch had been used well. Wang Ling had used precise words to deeply portray the inseparable and strong brotherly feelings between the two brothers. Unstained from the mud, untainted from the water, unenchanted from the ripples. It sounded very dirty, but in fact, it was a little elegant. By the way, what kind of trouble did you run into over there? Wang Ming returned to the topic at hand. He had originally just wanted to tease Wang Ling. Since he couldn't come back for a month, teasing him a little before leaving was simply too good. How could he normally have this kind of opportunity to tease Wang Ling up close? Loopy Toad didn't have anything to hide, and simply told Wang Ling about immortal Zhenyuan and Wind Spirit. Wang Ming sked in amazement when he heard this. It turns out that this big shot immortal Zhenyuan really does exist. I always thought it was just someone else bragging. Loopy Toad nodded. That's right, big bro, I was also very shocked. Wang Ming, but according to what you said, immortal Zhenyuan's Wind Spirit was also a venerated immortal. It shouldn't have been easy to deal with, right? Why did you two come back in less than 30 minutes? Loopy Toad narrowed its eyes. Big bro, have you ever played a MOBA game? Wang Ming, Loopy Toad, have you ever seen a one-sided game last more than 30 minutes? Chapter 528. Zhai Yin had initially set a time limit for Wang Ming's visit this time, and couldn't stay at the Wang family's house for too long. However, they had already run out of time while waiting for him to use the collector to collect the energy source, but Zhai Yin hadn't come up to urge him. This was all thanks to Mother Wang's godly assistance downstairs. Two women in a play, as long as there was a point of entry, there would be a lot of topics to explore between them. After all, before Mother Wang had officially become a housewife, she had been Numinous Mother, a powerful novelist who had inadvertently taught two epic-level killers. Furthermore, she had a very high EQ and was very talkative. Once she started talking, there was no stopping her. It wasn't until Wang Ming came downstairs that Zhai Yin realized that she had run out of time. Before leaving, Zhai Yin added Mother Wang on WeChat. This was Zhai Yin's private account, which Wang Ming also had. Zhai Yin had forced him to add it. Zhai Yin didn't have any WeChat moments. Apart from forwarding some major official announcements, she didn't have any private messages. After entering the research institute in particular, it had already been several months since she had posted anything new. "Thank you, sister." Standing at the door, Jai-in gave Mother Wang a military salute. "You're welcome. Come by often when you have time." Mother Wang smiled, and as Jai-in turned to leave, she said, "I wish you success." Jai-in blushed, but Wang Ming felt baffled. She usually had a gloomy expression on her face, but now her cheeks were flushed. Wang Ming felt that Jai-in was actually a little feminine at that moment. Although Wang Ming usually liked to joke about Jai-in's gender, to be honest, Jai-in was actually quite pretty. Both long and short hair were distinctive. Perhaps because she had been in the army for a long time, Jai-in still liked to keep her hair short and unisex. It wasn't as short as a buzz cut, but it wasn't as long as the ear-length hair that women usually wore. When they got into the car, Wang Ming heard Jai-in humming a little tune. He was startled and felt that Jai-in wasn't herself today. "What are you and my aunt talking about downstairs? Why are you so happy?" "It's nothing, it's just a normal academic discussion." Jai-in started the car and gripped the steering wheel, her face quickly returning to its usual cool demeanor. "Wang Ming, about what?" Jai-in said succinctly, "Men." After hearing this, Wang Ming shuddered. "Then my aunt, what did she say?" "Auntie and I have discussed it in many ways, and we agree that if you want to capture a man's heart, you must first capture their stomach." When Jai-in said this, she couldn't help glancing at Wang Ming out of the corner of her eye. "I was just talking to Auntie about the 2.0 upgraded version of the dragon pork chop. When we get back to the station, I'll fry it for you to try." Wang Ming was on the verge of tears. "Big sister. I beg you, I still want to live a few more years, and contribute to the country." Jai-in pursed his lips. "Don't worry, I'll give it to old Chi first before giving it to you." Wang Ming was even more frightened. "Then don't, big sister, you have to think twice." Jai-in? Wang Ming, murdering the 10 founding generals, is a major crime. Jai-in, July 16, the 12th Sunday of the semester. Loopy Toad ran off again that morning, but Wang Ling knew about it. Before leaving this time, Loopy Toad had told Wang Ling that it was going to look for Little Silver. Wang Ling had never had any objections to Loopy Toad and Little Silver's interaction. Dog 2 didn't have many friends to begin with, and Little Silver had just entered the city and was more of a homebody, so it was actually good for them to get to know each other more. Furthermore, Wang Ling had Loopy Toad bring the Spirit Beast, Holy Beast, contract to Dog 2 this time when Dog 2 was looking for Little Silver. Little Silver had been waiting for this contract for a long time. It just so happened that the midterm exams were almost over, and there were basically only a few subjects left. After Wang Ming and Jai-in left last night, Wang Ling had straightaway drafted the contract. This could be considered an explanation for Little Silver. After the midterm exams were officially over next week and the district sports meet was over, there would be a very long period of leisure before the final exams. Not long after Dog 2 left, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal sent him a message. Wang Ling skimmed through the contents of the message. The gist of it was that his and Little Silver's plan to look for president by last night had failed. There were a lot of reasons for this. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal guessed that there might have been a problem somewhere, and some information had been leaked in advance. In short, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal and Little Silver had made a wasted trip last night, and hadn't been able to draw out that president by. Wang Ling stared at the message and sighed. As expected, this was a cunning person who wasn't easy to deal with. What kind of people were the hardest to deal with? Scheming people were the hardest to deal with. The old devil had been caught because of love, the master of Immortal Mansion had been caught because of his conceit, and evil sword god had been caught because of his chinibyu. But from what Wang Ling knew of these 3 people, so far, none of them could match up to this president by scheming. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal and Wang Ling's views were the same, and he quickly sent a message, "Brother Ling, Brother Little Silver and I made a wasted trip last night." This person must have already caught wind of it, and it'll be even more difficult to catch him now. Although there was no clear evidence at the moment, Mr. Lu's testimony was basically credible. If this President Bai really was the mastermind behind the extermination of the holy beasts back then it was enough to show how meticulous this person's plan was. It could even be said that he had planned ahead. Wang Ling frowned and replied, "Do you have a problem with that?" To be honest, Wang Ling couldn't think of a better way to deal with this matter. The method that Mr. Lu had provided to find President Bai was probably the most direct way. Now that the plan had failed, he didn't think that President Bai would show up so easily. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal nodded and replied, "Yes. I have two ways." It was clear that after coming back last night, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal had pondered this for a long time. Although Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's realm wasn't high, he was smart and had the courage to court death. The key was that this, great death-courting senior, still had the soul suppression ring which Wang Ling had given him, so it could be said that he was even more fearless now when it came to courting death. Wang Ling waited for a few seconds, and Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal swiftly replied with a complete plan. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's reply was as follows: "The first way is to find that mysterious informant in the forum. Based on what the informant knows about the Demon Hunters Association, I believe that this person definitely knows President Bai very well. But that person has hidden his location, and Little Black can't find him. If Brother Ling can ask Senior Wang Ming for help, he might be able to find a way. The second way is to sacrifice Brother Little Silver." According to Mr. Lu, the Wuji umbrella in President Bai's hands contains a total of 49 holy beast skins, but it's still missing one before it's completely finished. I've already confirmed this with Mr. Lu, and he can say with certainty that the last holy beast skin is that of the Silver Unicorn clan. When he saw the second plan, Wang Ling shook his head without hesitation and answered resolutely with two words: "No." Protect the last holy beast and hide Little Silver's identity at the same time. This was what Wang Ling had agreed to when he had brought Little Silver to live in the city. Chapter 529. Wang Ling's attitude was actually already very clear: this President Bai had to be caught. As the main culprit behind the extinction of the holy beasts back then, Wang Ling felt that his sins were already so grave that they could already be described as too numerous to count. However, tracking down and capturing President Bai had to be based on protecting Little Silver. This protection wasn't just for Little Silver's safety, but also for his personal information. Almost everyone now knew that the holy beasts were already extinct, and apart from those who had participated in the Immortal Mansion operation with him the last time, no one else knew Little Silver's true identity. Even the people in the group who had participated in the Immortal Mansion incident had all chosen to keep quiet after their return and hadn't leaked any information. Thus, Little Silver's identity was absolutely safe now. Wang Ling felt like throwing away a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed by revealing Little Silver's identity to lure out the master of Immortal Mansion. To be honest, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal had completely expected this answer. He had actually guessed that Wang Ling would definitely answer like this. Ling Jinren was a person who attached great importance to comradeship, and there were many times when people also habitually attributed this to fetters. Given Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's understanding of Wang Ling, when he had first thought of this plan, he had already felt that it wouldn't work. As for why had he deliberately brought it up when he knew it wouldn't work? Actually, it had been Little Silver's one-sided request. Little Silver had always been looking for an opportunity to show off to his master. While Wang Ling had texted Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal in reply, Little Silver had been standing next to him, picking at his snow-white feet as he watched. The text was very concise and to the point, and could be said to have Ling Jinren's unique style. Although it was a little short, Little Silver still felt deeply moved. "I knew Master would definitely refuse." Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal was taken aback. "If you knew, then why did you make me ask? This is a test." Little Silver said proudly as he crossed his arms and pulled out a stack of books from under his butt. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal glanced at the covers. These books were How to Make Your Master Love You More, 100 Ways to Capture a Man, and When a Masochist Meets a Sadist. The third book frightened Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal. "Damn! Brother Little Silver, you have feelings for Brother Ling? No, I wouldn't dare. Little Silver pulled his neck back. The third book is a bonus. Don't be fooled by the book's title. It's all serious college courses. Grenade Throwing Senior Immortal, what specialized course? Look, this page is full of them. Little Silver opened the book and pointed at the table of contents. I happened to read the study of wax dropping in the last few days. The corner of Grenade Throwing Senior Immortal's mouth twitched. Sure enough. Was it because he didn't study enough? Or had he graduated from university too long ago? Come to think of it, he has a double doctorate. But what is this wax drop study? Why hadn't he heard of it before? It's written in great detail, and it even describes the founder of this profession. Founder? And the name is translated from English. I think he's a foreigner. The English translation of the name is Clay's Wax Dance. Grenade Throwing Senior Immortal suddenly felt old. The online chat continued. In that case, we can only think of a way to find the informant. Also, we need to strengthen Mr. Liu's protection, Grenade Throwing Senior Immortal quickly typed as he put forward his package plan. In addition to finding the informant, Mr. Liu's safety was now extremely important, because he was currently the only witness who could come forward to testify against President Bai in court. If something happened to Mr. Liu and President Bai wasn't caught, then there really would be no one to testify against him. Wang Ling texted Grenade Throwing Senior Immortal to send him the original link to the post, and he would try to ask Wang Ming to track down the informant. Little Black might be at his wit's end, but Wang Ming might have a way. At this point, there was no point in panicking, they could only wait for further information from Wang Ming on the search. Before closing the chat window, Wang Ling told Grenade Throwing Senior Immortal that Loopy Toad would come to his house later to look for Little Silver. Grenade Throwing Senior Immortal immediately replied very politely, by the way, it seems that this is Brother Dog's first time at my house, right? Don't worry, Brother Ling. I'll let the security guard know later, and they'll send a car to take Brother Dog to my door. Wang Ling stared at the screen for a long time, deep in thought. As expected, the high-end villa district was different. There was actually a special car to pick up visitors. Yet another classic case of people being inferior to dogs, this was Loopy Toad's first time going to Grenade Throwing Senior Immortal's home. Little Silver had in fact invited Loopy Toad to be a guest several times before, this guy already completely regarded Grenade Throwing Senior Immortal's house as its own home. Furthermore, from his online chats with Little Silver had actually discovered a lot of Grenade Throwing Senior Immortal's little secrets by staying at home all day. Of course, Loopy Toad didn't know exactly what these secrets were, because Little Silver had used these little secrets to get Grenade Throwing Senior Immortal to brush Grenade Throwing Senior Immortal's hair in his beast form. Furthermore, Grenade Throwing Senior Immortal didn't just brush Grenade Throwing Senior Immortal, but also give him hair conditioner. Grenade Throwing Senior Immortal had beautiful black hair to begin with, and he used about 2 bottles of hair conditioner at home every month, which was actually enough. Since Little Silver's arrival, hair conditioner had become another large daily expense for Grenade Throwing Senior Immortal. The difference was that previously, they bought it by the bottle, but now they bought it by the box. But Loopy Toad usually didn't think that Grenade Throwing Senior Immortal had any complaints, it felt that Grenade Throwing treated Little Silver like a younger brother. Although Little Silver was older than Grenade Throwing Senior Immortal, in the end, his mental development wasn't as mature. After all, this great death-courting senior was already recognized as a veteran in the circle. For someone as inexperienced as Little Silver, it actually wasn't excessive at all for him to call him senior. To be honest, Loopy Toad had thought that Grenade Throwing Senior Immortal's life would be pretty tough, but now that it thought about it, it felt that this guy was enjoying it. It really wasn't easy to raise such a monster who stirred up trouble at his side. So online, Little Silver's nickname for Loopy Toad was Dog Boppy. In turn, Loopy Toad's nickname for Little Silver was Monster Silver. One silver and one dog, herding and happy with each other. Chapter 530. The villa that grenade-throwing senior immortal had bought in Wenxian Garden was in a high-end villa area, and the people who lived there were either rich or respectable. The villa that grenade-throwing senior immortal lived in was in a single-family villa area, and the house prices there were frighteningly high. The villa was divided into a connected area and a single-family area. The houses in the connected area were actually more affordable, but grenade-throwing senior immortal had initially preferred to live alone. But sometimes, after living alone for a long time, it was inevitable that he would feel a little lonely, so Little Silver's arrival could be considered a spice to grenade-throwing senior immortal's life. About an hour after leaving the Wang family's small villa, a green figure appeared in the sunlight at the entrance of the Wenxian Garden Villa district. It was Loopy Toad's first time going to grenade-throwing senior immortal's villa, but it had already gone out on its own several times, so it wasn't to the point of getting lost. In any case, even if Loopy Toad couldn't find its way around Songhai City, it just had to give Audiobook a call, and someone from a nearby branch could immediately take this Greenford forgiveness dog that had lost its master away. However, that was only when there was no other choice. Audiobook had actually been quite busy recently. It could be said that he was badly battered by the Demon Hunters Association. Apart from that, the big shots, who had been sent to Songhai First Prison, were still at the stage of having their evidence appraised, and the verdict hadn't been finalized yet. It would be at least half a year before they would be put on trial. But that didn't mean that Audiobook had been idle during this half a year. He had also been a participant in the previous major events, and not only had he been a participant, he had also been the overall commander of the operation, and had personally approved all aspects of the process. Signature, stamp, review, and approval. Every step was the same, and only after the end of the first step could they continue. It hadn't actually been long since Audiobook had been apprenticed, but it really hadn't been easy for him to bear so much pressure. He had planned to prepare a birthday present for Wang Ming on Army Day on August 1st, and had actually been thinking about preparing a gift for Audiobook as well, which could be considered his first greeting gift since becoming Audiobook's apprentice. But he hadn't thought about what to give her. Loopy Toad waited for a while on the opposite side of the road from the Wenxian Garden Villa complex. It had already sent Little Silver a text message to ask him to come out and pick it up, but 10 minutes had already passed and there was still no sign of Little Silver. Could it be that this fellow didn't see it? Forget it. The corner of Loopy Toad's eye twitched, and it planned to use the old way to choose an outer wall and climb over it. However, the defensive measures of Wenxian Garden's high-end villa district were too good. It jumped onto the outer wall and stood on top of it, patting it with its paw. It found that there was a layer of transparent enchantment, like a glass cover. When it patted, it would make a peng 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 sound. This hardness, it wouldn't even be a problem for it to withstand the bombardment of a soul formation cultivator. As expected of a high-class villa district, even the protective measures were so airtight. Loopy Toad walked several dozen steps to the side and realized that the outer wall of the villa was shrouded in a barrier that not even a bird could fly through. So, the plan to invade the outer wall had failed. At that moment, Loopy Toad took out its phone and saw that Little Silver still hadn't replied. It instantly despaired. Now that it had no other choice, it could only try to walk through the main entrance. Sighing in its heart, Loopy Toad jumped off the outer wall and walked through the main entrance again. But just as it reached the entrance, it was startled to realize that the way the security guards at the entrance were looking at it wasn't quite right. Is it, this dog? It looks like it, the two security guards spoke in low voices, but Loopy Toad could hear them very clearly. In an instant, Loopy Toad's mind was filled with cases of pet hunters pretending to be adults in the news to capture spirit beasts. For example, there were pet hunters who would pretend to be security guards in residential areas and capture unsuspecting spirit beasts strolling in residential areas. Could this be the Demon Hunters Association's revenge? The moment it met the security guard's eyes, Loopy Toad was almost instantly on guard. It turned out that this group of people had already set up a trap here and had been waiting for it. Loopy Toad instantly thought of a countermeasure. It had to think of a way to escape first. Furthermore, there was no guarantee that this group of Demon Hunters Association wouldn't block its way, so running away was useless. It had to seek help from an acquaintance. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's home was in the villa, so Loopy Toad had to find him first. So at this thought, Loopy Toad exchanged looks with the security guards and immediately raised its paw to point at the sky. Look! Mischievous blue moon. Maybe it was because these 4 words were too magical or too charming, but the security guards actually directly followed the dog's paw and turned around. Loopy Toad felt that it had tried this trick time and time again. It had used the same trick to deal with those Bone Dragon men from the Demon Hunters Association last time. The moment the security guards turned around, Loopy Toad tore off its lackeys and ran into the villa. When the security guards turned around, they suddenly thought of a few lines from a song. Looking forward to a stroke of luck and an impact. What a wonderful encounter. Over the top of the mountain and layers of white clouds. Where is the green light? But Face's speed was too fast. It directly turned into a green light in front of their eyes. The security captain was stunned, and then he hurriedly knocked on the heads of the 2 team members next to him. What are you spacing out for? Why aren't you chasing after it? You must have scared it. Loopy Toad hadn't run more than a few steps when it realized that a group of security guards were chasing it on scooters. There were 5 of them. It was quite a big scene. Furthermore, there was actually a small sports car behind the 5 security guards. Loopy Toad was stupefied at this scene. In order to catch it, the Demon Hunters Association was going all out. But Loopy Toad actually thought that this group of people might not be from the Demon Hunters Association, and might just be pet hunters from another organization. At a time when the country was cracking down on the illegal trade of spirit beasts, how bold could this group of people be? In broad daylight, they were openly snatching a dog from a high-class villa area. Speaking of which, where were the villa's security guards? Were they so poorly managed? Didn't they know that their own security guards had been disguised? As Loopy Toad ran, it glanced at the people chasing it behind it. Logically speaking, when a pet hunter captured a spirit beast, the quieter the better. But this group of people was making such a ruckus that it was as if they were afraid people wouldn't know what they were doing. Loopy Toad felt that something wasn't right. As it ran, it realized that there seemed to be more and more people behind it. Not only were there people on scooters, there were also people who were directly chasing it on foot. Loopy Toad couldn't take it anymore. It stopped at the next intersection and turned around to ask, "Why are you chasing me?" The point was, it didn't have any syrup. Seeing that Loopy Toad had stopped, the dozens of security guards also stopped chasing it. The security guards roared in their hearts in unison, F***K. It's finally stopped. This dog can really F***King run. Panting heavily, a captain trotted over to Loopy Toad and saluted. "Mr. Dog, are you here to see Mr. Grenade throwing?" Loopy Toad nodded weakly. Then, the captain opened the door of the sports car behind him. "Mr. Dog, get in. We're here to pick you up." Loopy Toad. Chapter 531. To be honest, this misunderstanding was actually a little big, but Loopy Toad felt that it couldn't be blamed. As soon as it entered the door, several people had already stared at it maliciously. Anyone in its shoes would have misunderstood it. And the most important thing was that it had run away, but this group of people were still relentlessly chasing it, so it would have been strange if it hadn't run away. At that moment, Loopy Toad suddenly thought of a foreign prank show in which 100 people would be arranged at a street corner, and when a passerby passed by on the road, they would directly rush out and chase the passerby. This was the embodiment of instant awareness. Although they didn't know exactly what had happened, the first thing anyone would think of was to protect themselves first. When the squad leader drove Loopy Toad to Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's door, it was actually still feeling embarrassed. Who knew that its first visit to Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal would cause such a mishap? When they entered the door, Loopy Toad saw the squad leader pull Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal into a small corner and give him a report on what had just happened. Mr. Grenade-throwing, your dog, oh, it's not mine, it's my brother's dog. You're my guest today. So it's like that, the squad leader rubbed his head. Mr. Grenade-throwing, I think there's something wrong with your brother's dog's mental state. We wanted to say hello just now, but it seemed to be frightened. We chased it for a long time before we brought it here. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal broke out in a sweat. Actually, he felt that he had been careless in this matter, since the recent turmoil at the Demon Hunters Association hadn't subsided. Although Brother Dog looked indifferent on the surface, it was highly vigilant when it was outside. Any unfamiliar gaze could make it suspicious. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have had the security guards make such a big fuss, and would have directly told them to let him in. Thank you for your hard work. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal took out a pack of Immortal Spirit cigarettes very politely. Give some to the brothers later. These cigarettes were quite expensive, and most people couldn't smoke them. However, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal didn't have the habit of smoking. The cigarettes at home were given to him by corporate partners on the forum during the holidays, and there were still a lot of them piled up at home. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal wasn't in a hurry to deal with them, and simply put them all at home to use as gifts. The captain didn't stand on ceremony. He immediately put on a smile and accepted the cigarette. Thank you, Mr. Grenade-throwing. This was actually very common in high-end villa areas. Although this cigarette was very expensive, it was only a tip of 10 to 20 yuan for the nouveau riche in the villa area. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal waved his hand. It's fine, it's fine. If my friend's green-furred dog comes again, just directly open the gate and let it in. It will find me on its own. All right, Mr. Grenade-throwing. The squad leader nodded. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, oh, that's right, Mr. Grenade-throwing. Our villa area has a pet center that provides free medical assistance and psychological counseling services for the pets of the villa owners. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal nodded. Of course he knew about the pet center. But he couldn't just say that his brother's dog had a mental problem. Thus, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal simply said, you don't have to worry too much about that. Have you heard about the Demon Hunters Association recently? That's why my brother's dog is more vigilant. It'll be fine in a few days. I see. The squad leader suddenly understood and then sighed. But Mr. Grenade-throwing, I personally suggest that you do some psychological counseling as soon as possible. Sometimes, being too tense isn't a good thing. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal already didn't want to argue with this squad leader anymore, because he knew that the pet center in the villa area was currently holding an event. It was true that the owner's pet medical treatment and counseling were free, but some of the special services inside weren't free. Things like hair care, hair dye, and perm. Based on Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal's personal experience, he felt that if he continued to talk with this squad leader, the topic would eventually shift to applying for a membership card. Thus, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal could only politely refuse. I still have to entertain it. Squad leader, please go ahead. Also, the pet center may not be able to help Brother Dog's mental condition. The squad leader, why? Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal casually made up an excuse. It was bitten by a dog before. He said it very seriously, and when he said it, he almost believed it himself. The squad leader, when he came back to his senses, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal was already gone. When Loopy Toad entered, it noticed a hole on the first floor. This was the hole that Little Silver had punched out the last time Wang Ling had come. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal hadn't patched it up, and had simply left it there. Then, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal had smoothed out the edges of the hole a little so that it would at least look better. Loopy Toad poked its head into the hole and happened to see Little Silver sitting cross-legged on the broccoli sofa in the basement, meditating. No wonder he hadn't seen the text message just now. On the coffee table in front of the sofa was a crispy noodle snack bag which little Master Ling had enchanted. Loopy Toad had just jumped into the hole when Little Silver let out a long breath and muttered, cultivation complete. So fast. Loopy Toad was stunned. Little Silver laughed. Master's crispy noodle snacks are really useful. I feel like my spirit energy has improved a lot again. Saying this, Little Silver shook the crispy noodle snack bag on the table, which was already tied up with a rubber band. I wanted to cultivate today, but when I heard you were coming, I took a small bite. I never thought that it would take me so long to digest Master's crispy noodle snacks. Little Silver licked his hands clean and licked the powder off his fingers. The corner of Loopy Toad's eye twitched. Why didn't you finish it in one go? Little Silver shook his head. In one go? How could I? I still have to catch up on TV shows tonight. Loopy Toad almost spat blood when it heard this. This was already developing into a nerd. Little Silver counted on his fingers. Think about it, I have to make time to eat every day, I have to make time to catch up on TV shows, I have to make time to read comics, and I have to make time to figure out how to make Master like me even more. Finally, I have to make time for grenade throwing to brush my fur, and now I have to make time to digest Master's crispy noodle snack to speed up my cultivation. Ah, there really isn't enough time. Loopy Toad, how much does it cost you? Little Silver waved his hand. Not expensive, just a few million. Speaking up to this point, Little Silver cast a glance at Loopy Toad. By the way, when can I move in with Master? Together? Don't even think about it. Chapter 532. Little Silver didn't believe Loopy Toad's words at all, and his first reaction was that this dog too was probably lying to him again. Given Master's level, he had too many ways to make money. How could he be poor? In fact, Little Silver had always thought that the income of modern human cultivators was based on their realms, and that the higher their realms, the more they would earn. For someone like grenade throwing, who hadn't reached itinerant immortal realm, he was already making a lot of money, he didn't even blink when he spent several million a month. How could Master be weaker than grenade throwing? Seeing Little Silver's skeptical expression, the corners of Loopy Toad's eyes couldn't help twitching. It knew this guy wouldn't believe it. The truth was that little Master Ling was very stingy and thrifty. He never spent money extravagantly, and every penny was carefully calculated. All of this was based on the values and consumption values that Father Wang and Mother Wang had instilled in Wang Ling since he was a child. Boys should be raised in poverty. This was the view on money that Father and Mother Wang had instilled in Wang Ling from a young age. Although Father Wang's income was very high, he still limited Wang Ling's monthly allowance to let him know that it wasn't easy to make money. This was a feeling that most people wouldn't experience before they started working. Wang Ling's age in particular might not be as rich as Lotus Sun's family, but at the very least, they didn't have to worry about food or clothing, and didn't have to worry about working or earning money until they started their internship in university. These problems were too far away for most children, but time passed by very quickly. As parents, Father and Mother Wang couldn't help Wang Ling control his primordial qi, but at the very least, they had done a lot of work for him as he grew up. When a person had absolute power, it was too easy for their mentality to change. Father Wang was still writing books now, and had read a lot of similar stories. Mother Wang had also been a writer before, so her imagination was very strong. In the past, the couple had always fantasized about what they would do if Wang Ling turned into a Chinibyu devil. When Wang Ling was very young, Father and Mother Wang even dreamed several times of him floating in the air and yelling at the dense crowd of human cultivators watching him from below, a bunch of ants. Why should I, Wang Ling, explain what I do to you? These were all stories that Mother Wang shared with Richard when she went grocery shopping and took it out for a walk. Every time it thought of this, Loopy Toad's green dog fur couldn't help shaking. But it also couldn't expose its little masterling's shortcomings in front of Little Silver. There was a very important condition in the spirit beast contract. No matter what the situation was, the spirit beast could not undermine its master. There were some things that could be seen through but not spoken out. But Face understood this point very well. Little Silver didn't believe it now, but he would definitely understand later on. Sighing in its heart, Loopy Toad used the swallowing spell to spit out the spirit beast contract which its little master had given it previously. This one was for Little Silver. Wow! Master wants to sign a contract with me. The moment Little Silver saw the contract, he was so excited that he almost jumped up from the sofa. He picked Loopy Toad up from the ground and rubbed the dog's head wildly as he shouted, "You dog skimmer! I didn't expect you to be so reliable this time." Loopy Toad narrowed its eyes helplessly. "Be gentler. I've been losing a lot of hair recently. If you keep rubbing me, I'll go bald." "Little Silver, it's fine, it's fine. If I go bald, we'll learn from Lord Island and open a live stream room. We'll form a team and call ourselves De Silver." Loopy Toad, Little Silver let go of Loopy Toad and put it down. "By the way, how should I sign this?" Loopy Toad shook its dog fur as it suddenly remembered that this was Little Silver's first time signing a contract and he didn't know the process. In fact, it was also Loopy Toad's first time. It had been a proper Demon King before. When had it ever signed a spirit beast contract with anyone? Little Silver was naturally the same. He was a holy beast, and very likely the last holy beast in the world today. His status was even more distinguished. But there were some things that were unfamiliar the first time, but familiar the second time. On the side, Loopy Toad said, "There are 2 copies, you just need to put a blood stamp on the contract." "Oh. That's easy." Little Silver directly bit his thumb and very skillfully pressed his thumb's blood stamp on the 2 contracts. The contracts instantly took effect, and in front of Little Silver's eyes, the 2 contracts turned into specks of golden dust and disappeared. When Little Silver came back to his senses, the contents of the contract had already appeared in his mind. Every word was like a soul brand, appearing vividly in his mind. Little Silver's movements were so fast that Loopy Toad was dazed. "You're going to put your thumb on it just like that? Don't you want to look at the contents of the contract?" Little Silver waved his hand. "What's there to look at about a big thigh contract, Loopy Toad? Big thigh contract?" Little Silver looked at Loopy Toad in amazement. "Didn't you sign the contract to hug his thigh?" Loopy Toad was silent. It actually had nothing to say in response. Little Silver closed his eyes and sensed the connection between Master and him that had formed in the depths of his soul after signing the contract. It was as if they were connected by a thread of nothingness. He had lived for 8,000 years, and since the extinction of the holy beast race, he had spent almost every day and night in fear. But this contract gave Little Silver a sense of fulfillment and security that came from the bottom of his heart. Little Silver's scared. Signing a contract feels so magical. Even if Master isn't by my side, it feels like I'm sleeping with him. Loopy Toad, this was the first time it had heard this description. But the truth was that the words were crude. "Loopy Toad, in the future, if there's any danger you can't resolve, you can directly use the power of the contract to summon Little Master Ling, you know?" "Of course I know. The moment the contract was formed, I knew what to do." Little Silver put his hands on his hips and smiled mysteriously. He. "I feel like no matter how I court death in the future, I won't have to be afraid." "Loopy Toad, it's better if you don't. After all, not every great death-courting senior was called Grenade-Throwing Senior Immortal." After chatting with Little Silver in the basement for a while, Grenade-Throwing Senior Immortal's voice came from the first floor. "Brother Dog? Why don't you stay for lunch?" "All right," Loopy Toad replied. In fact, Loopy Toad could also think of what to eat. First of all, this lunch would definitely include Grenade-Throwing Senior Immortal's favorite broccoli, and secondly, it would be takeout for Little Silver. Sure enough, Grenade-Throwing Senior Immortal replied very quickly, "I just picked broccoli here." If Brother Dog doesn't want to eat it, you can have takeout with Brother Little Silver. There's no dog food at home, Brother Dog is very particular. It's fine, Senior Immortal is too polite, said Loopy Toad. Then, it turned to Little Silver. What do you usually eat for takeout? Little Silver spread his hands and answered matter-of-factly, the restaurants nearby. I ordered all of them, and they actually tasted pretty good. About half an hour later, a truck drove into the Wenxian Garden Villa estate. This whole truck. Chapter 533. This wasn't the first time this truck carrying Little Silver's orders had come, and the security guards at the entrance of Wenxian Garden were very familiar with it. When they saw the license plate this time, they straightaway let the truck through. Of course, this truck wasn't a delivery service, but a third-party delivery person whom grenade-throwing Senior Immortal had specially hired. After Little Silver's orders were placed, the delivery person would drive the truck to pick up the food. The route was directly designed like the bus route, and the container on the truck had been specially modified so that there was no need to worry about the food getting cold at all. It would be delivered at the same temperature as it was received. When Loopy Toad followed Little Silver out to collect the orders, it saw an unprecedented spectacular scene. After the delivery truck stopped, the little brother in the driver's seat immediately ran to the back to open the container. Another little brother was sitting in the container, and the two of them helped to unload the goods. There were 10 boxes in total, and they were all filled with Little Silver's orders. Loopy Toad's eyes twitched at this scene. How much did you order? Little Silver shook his head. Not much. I've been on a diet recently, so I eat less. This is half my usual amount. Loopy Toad sucked in a cold breath. In the past, it could actually eat this as well. But its current body wasn't enough to support its appetite, so at this stage, Loopy Toad was still relatively frugal. It was said that after a spirit beast gained the power to take human form, its appetite would greatly increase. To be honest, Loopy Toad was actually a little worried. It was quite frugal now, but what would it do if little Master Ling couldn't afford to feed it in the future? The movements of the two delivery men were very skilled. The goods that were unloaded from the car were handled with care. Each box was also written with the brand name of the third-party delivery company, No Soup Spills, which meant that during the delivery process, not a drop of soup would be spilled. If it spilled, they would have to pay 10 times the amount. Thus, the entire company's slogan was 4 words, No soup spilled, you'll be compensated. Since these two little brothers had been in charge of delivering Little Silver's food this month, they were very familiar with him. After the goods were unloaded, one of the little brothers smiled and started to check the list with Little Silver. Hello, Mr. Silver, thank you for using the No Soup Spilled delivery service. Now, let's check your order. 100 portions of spirit feather braised chicken rice, 200 portions of soup dumplings, 1,000 portions of octopus balls, 100 portions of hot and sour noodles, 500 portions of top-grade duck soup, 100 kilograms of devil fruit, 1 ton of Sea King seafood. The hot food is packed in layers, and each box has been expanded. After Mr. Silver is done eating, you can leave the box and trash at the door, and we'll send someone to pick it up. Thanks. Little Silver smiled faintly. See you tomorrow. The two young men bowed, then got into the truck and drove away. With a wave of his hand, Little Silver put the 10 boxes away in his storage space. Based on Little Silver's way of eating, he would choose to eat them one by one. In any case, these things wouldn't go cold in the boxes. Little brother. Little spirit looped Little Ling loopy looped little brother. You eat, for me, filling my stomach is the most important thing. Nutrition doesn't matter at all. Little Silver sighed. Apart from Master's crispy noodle snacks, other tonics have little effect on me. I get hungry easily after eating them, so I might as well not eat them at all. Loopy Toad couldn't refute this. After all, Little Silver was a holy beast. The holy beast heart and blood in a holy beast's body were natural miraculous self-healing medicines that could help a holy beast recover faster from serious injuries. However, it was also because of their blood that holy beasts were very resistant to medicine. In the past, those unparalleled holy medicines that could make holy beasts enter a state of abundant spirit energy had gone extinct one after another after the extinction of holy beasts. Hence, Little Silver had long since given up all hope on the market for these so-called holy medicines that could replenish spirit energy. These holy medicines were useful for human cultivators, but had limited effect on holy beasts. Eating them couldn't increase their strength, and they couldn't fill their stomachs, so they might as well order takeout. But seeing that Little Silver had ordered so much takeout, and this was only half the usual amount, Loopy Toad was extremely alarmed. "I thought holy beasts didn't have a desire for good food. What do you mean a desire for good food?" Little Silver seemed to have a problem with this term. "Only when you're full will you have the strength to cultivate. Those old cultivators in those health shows on TV talk about fasting, that's all nonsense." Loopy Toad, Little Silver might have ordered a lot, but he also ate very quickly. Loopy Toad was actually quite afraid of this. After all, its current body was that of a dead Akita, and Akitas weren't spirit beasts to begin with. Why could it cultivate? This was entirely because it had originally been a demon king soul. Furthermore, Little Master Ling had actually helped it improve the Demon King Heart Sutra to a large extent for it to be able to cultivate to second class and transform its ordinary dog body into a spirit dog's body. However, even if it now had a spirit dog body, there were still all kinds of risks if it didn't take good care of itself. Little Silver ate very quickly. He opened the 10 boxes and gave Loopy Toad some food from each box before he started his gluttonous mode. In just half an hour, half of the boxes had already been emptied. Eating so fast isn't good for digestion. Also, it's easy to lose shape if you eat so fast. Loopy Toad poked a small octopus ball with its paw and chewed it slowly. Little Silver swallowed the thing in his mouth and wiped his mouth with a wet wipe. "It's fine, I won't get fat." Loopy Toad. This was so annoying. Little Silver had ordered a lot of things for lunch, but it only took him an hour to finish them all. After eating, Little Silver leaned back on the broccoli sofa and picked his teeth lazily. Loopy Toad glanced at this guy's belly, which was still as flat as before, as if he hadn't eaten. It couldn't help sighing with emotion in its heart. What was a holy beast's stomach made of? "Loopy Toad, why do I feel like you haven't eaten anything?" Little Silver nodded slightly. "Like I said, I only ordered half of the things today, and I even gave you some. I'm just barely half full." Loopy Toad. What F *** king half full? After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Little Silver finally thought of something serious. "By the way, why did you come looking for me today?" Dog 2 opened its mouth and spat out the Bone King that Wei Ji had given it. Wei Ji had won this bone from the vice president of the Pet Trainers Guild, Crying Old Immortal. When Wei Ji had given it to Loopy Toad had smelled the blood of a holy beast on it. Loopy Toad had come today to ask Little Silver to help appraise this bone's origin. The moment Little Silver saw the bone, he couldn't help swallowing. "It looks delicious, are you going to make soup out of it?" Chapter 534. Because he had just finished eating and was still half full, all Little Silver could think about was food, losing weight and whatnot. Sure enough, it was the most painful. Thinking that his next meal would have to wait until noon the next day, Little Silver suddenly felt that it would take a long time. Furthermore, the nearby takeout shops actually only had this kind of stuff, and Little Silver felt like he was about to get sick of it. He had to think of a way to open some new shops. So when he saw Loopy Toad take out a white, flawless bone, Little Silver subconsciously licked his lips. For some reason, he felt that this bone was very delicious. What a pity. Little Silver stared at the bone under Loopy Toad's paw and shook his head from a distance. "Loopy Toad, what a pity. Little Silver, it's a pity that it's a broken bone. The joint was caved in by a huge force, and some of the marrow inside leaked out, otherwise, I could stew it and stick a straw in it to suck out the marrow. Wouldn't that be delicious? When he saw that it was a broken bone, Little Silver's interest instantly drained away. Loopy Toad couldn't stand this guy anymore, and simply pushed the bone over to Little Silver's feet. Smell it carefully. It's just a broken bone, what's there? Although he said that, Little Silver still sniffed at Loopy Toad's instructions. But before Little Silver's nose could get close, his pupils suddenly contracted and his expression turned serious. Holy beast blood? Where did you get this? Loopy Toad instantly felt a lot more at ease when it saw Little Silver's reaction. At the very least, it didn't smell wrong, and this bone was indeed the bone of a holy beast. For one thing, Little Silver himself was a holy beast, so his reaction to holy beast blood was more intense than Loopy Toad's. After all, Loopy Toad had to stick close to the bone to be able to smell the slightest hint of a scent, but Little Silver could smell it with just a light sniff. Of course, if it was too far away, Loopy Toad wouldn't be able to smell it. This was because the bone had been cleaned, and it actually had the smell of crying old immortals Fenrir's saliva. A friend gave it to me, surnamed Wei. He's a pet trainer, Loopy Toad answered truthfully. Oh, it's him. Little Silver remembered that grenade throwing had mentioned this person to him before. Furthermore, grenade throwing had actually been playing PUBG with Dog 2 yesterday. Why did he give you this? Where did you get it? Loopy Toad, actually, this bone isn't his. The vice president of the Pet Trainers Guild lost it to him, and the two of them made a bet. Then, the vice president lost, and the bone fell into his hands. This bone has a name, it's called Bone King. It was picked up by the vice president when he was out traveling. Little Silver, I see. After saying that, Loopy Toad stared at Little Silver. Can you tell where this bone came from? A moment later, he stretched out his finger and knocked on the bone, producing two crisp banging sounds. This sound was different from the sound of ordinary bones being knocked. It was actually a little pleasing to the ear. Cupping his chin, Little Silver stared at the bone and said in a low voice, judging from the color and hardness of this bone alone, it should belong to a land animal of the holy beast race. Furthermore, I'm 100% certain that this race is more afraid of water. If it's a race that comes in contact with water all year round, the sound of bones wouldn't be so crisp. It's obvious that this race likes to bask in the sun. So according to this condition, we can already eliminate many races. Loopy Toad hadn't expected Little Silver to actually have some skill. This had indeed already eliminated a lot of holy beast races. Like to live on land, fear water, love to bask in the sun. While Little Silver was thinking, Loopy Toad was also thinking in its heart. Although it had some guesses, it didn't directly say them out loud. It was afraid that doing so would interrupt Little Silver's train of thought. After a few minutes or so, Little Silver frowned and his eyes glowed with golden light. This was a holy beast's holy eye, which was different from an ordinary cultivator's heavenly eye and immortal genuine's immortal eye, and was unique to holy beasts. An ordinary cultivator's heavenly eye was used to separate the false from the true, and could detect all kinds of illusions. The heavenly eye's strength would gradually increase as its realm increased. Above the heavenly eye, the eye that cultivators of the present world could reach by relying on their cultivation was the evolved, immortal eye. The strength of the immortal eye lay not only in its ability to separate the false from the true and detect illusions, but also in its ability to control the overall situation. It could also be used to set up illusions and even manipulate meteorites. This was the power of a true immortal. Apart from this, there were also a lot of other eyes in the cultivation world. For example, Evil Sword God's Purple Investigative Demon Eye was one of them. Other eye techniques had different effects, and other eyes could only be created among cultivators. For example, the Purple Investigative Demon Eye had the ability to see the end of the world, which could tear through space and penetrate tens of thousands of li, allowing the wielder of the Demon Eye to travel freely. However, the vast majority of other eye users would become sacrificial victims. In the past, there had been too many cases of other eye users being targeted by almighties and having their eyes forcibly plucked out. Little Silver's holy beast holy eye was different from the 3 kinds of human cultivator eyes mentioned above, and couldn't be inherited by cultivators. But it had a very resounding nickname, War Puppet. Because the holy eye's greatest use was its ability to see through all kinds of flaws. In fact, Wang Ling's eyes were also quite special. Although he usually liked to call them heavenly eyes, they were even more terrifying than immortal eyes. Every time Wang Ling opened his heavenly eye, his pupils would turn into 3-petaled golden flowers. Loopy Toad had actually seen this scene countless times before. So how was this a heavenly eye? This was the king's eye. It contained the abilities of all of these eyes. The golden light emitted by Little Silver's holy eye shone on the Bone King for a short while before he turned off the holy eye's power. How is it? Loopy Toad asked. Little Silver nodded. I used the holy eye to check the bone density of this bone just now, and it's extremely high. But that's in comparison to a spirit beast. From a holy beast's point of view, the owner of this bone has a little metabolic osteogenesis syndrome. Loopy Toad, can you speak like a human? Little Silver, as the saying goes, osteoporosis. Loopy Toad, so, can you tell whose bone it is? Not yet. Little Silver shook his head. The most I can tell right now is that you've probably picked up a treasure. Loopy Toad. Little Silver, this kind of bone of a holy beast with slight osteoporosis is definitely the bone of a beast king. This bone must have come from a beast king's sacred beast. Loopy Toad, what the hell? I probably need to do more research on whose bone it is. It just so happens that this bone is broken, so I can extract its composition for comparison. Speaking up to this point, Little Silver couldn't help picking up the bone. This time, Little Silver brought the bone up to his nose and sniffed it carefully. He then returned the bone to Loopy Toad. Okay, take this bone back. I already know whose bone it is. Loopy Toad was confused. Little Silver, when I sniffed it just now, I realized that it doesn't just have the smell of holy beast blood on it, it also smells like spicy hot pot. So this bone definitely belongs to Dog Saint. Chapter 535. Little Silver's expression was very serious when he said this, and Loopy Toad realized that he definitely wasn't joking. Furthermore, putting together all these characteristics, it seemed that the owner of this Bone King had already completely overlapped with Dog Saint. Actually, it made sense why crying old immortals Fenrir liked this bone so much. Fenrir was a western devil beast, but in the end, it was still a dog. Furthermore, this bone belonged to Dog Saint, so there was no reason for it not to be excited. Thus, Loopy Toad didn't doubt Little Silver's words at all. After all, when Dog Saint had been eaten, Little Silver had been hiding in the sacred dog clan's depository of Buddhist texts. As he watched Dog Saint being turned into a spicy hot pot, he had strongly condemned and protested in his heart on behalf of all dog lovers as he drooled. Ever since the massacre of the holy beasts, the news of the holy beasts had been cut off a long time ago. Over the years, many cultivators who were traveling outside had picked up a lot of broken bones that were suspected to belong to the holy beasts, but these broken bones had been collected and sealed in the museum. As for why such a large Bone King had slipped through the net, Loopy Toad thought that it probably had to do with all kinds of coincidences. Loopy Toad guessed that first, the smell of the spicy hot pot on the Bone King had masked some of the smell of holy beast blood, so when crying old immortal had discovered it, he hadn't realized that it was a holy beast bone, and had instead washed the entire bone to get rid of the smell of the hot pot. After that, crying old immortal had brought the Bone King home. This bone had been occupied by that Fenrir for a long time, and it had also been stained with Fenrir's smell, causing the Bone King to be accidentally hidden. If Wei Ji hadn't given it to Loopy Toad, this bone of Dog Saint might have been completely buried in the world. At that moment, Loopy Toad stared at the bone, lost in deep thought. Could it be that all of this had been predestined? Little Silver and Dog 2 faced each other and stared at the pure white Bone King for a long time without saying anything. Loopy Toad felt a little heavy in this atmosphere. No wonder there hadn't been any news of holy beasts for so long. Now that they had finally found the major suspect in the Holy Beast massacre back then, this President Bai was too cunning, and so far, they still hadn't been able to find him. Loopy Toad thought that Little Silver must be in a lot of pain right now. Although there were many kinds of holy beasts, the Sacred Hound clan actually had a pretty good relationship with the Silver-Horned Beast clan. Otherwise, Little Silver wouldn't have appeared in the Sacred Hound clan's depository of Buddhist texts to read. Thus, when Dog 2 saw Little Silver staring at the bone with a despondent look on his face, he couldn't help but stretch out a paw and pat Little Silver's shoulder. "The dead are gone, my condolences." It didn't know how to comfort Little Silver. After all, he was just a forgiveness dog, not a comfort dog. "You don't need to comfort me. I'm not that sad, it's already in the past." Little Silver crossed his arms and said, "My biggest wish now is to cultivate by Master's side. The second is to hurry up and catch that rumor-mongering President Bai, so that we can give our Holy Beast clan an explanation." Loopy Toad felt that Little Silver's words were actually quite ambitious. "But why do I feel like you're very sad?" Little Silver stared at Dog Bones and pursed his lips. "How am I sad? I was just thinking about a very profound question." Loopy Toad, "What question?" Little Silver, "I was thinking, when that group of people turned Dog Saint into a spicy hot pot back then, what kind of seasoning did they use? Why hasn't the spicy smell dissipated after so long?" Loopy Toad. In the evening, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal warmly invited Loopy Toad to dinner again. Because he had been on a diet recently, Little Silver directly chose not to eat. Logically speaking, Loopy Toad felt that this guy was really quite hateful. He clearly had a constitution that wouldn't put on weight, but he still kept saying that he wanted to lose weight. What were those fatties to do? Didn't they want to lose face? At dinner time, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal was busy in the kitchen. Loopy Toad really hadn't realized before that Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal could actually cook for himself. There was no one else with this wife-like attribute. Little Silver leaned back on the sofa on one side and fiddled with his phone. Loopy Toad couldn't help turning its head to ask, "How's Senior Immortal's cooking?" Little Silver hummed. "Not bad, and very healthy. You'll know when you eat it." Speaking up to this point, Little Silver suddenly smelled something. "I haven't asked you yet, what are you going to do with Dog Saint's bone? This thing actually doesn't have much of a tonic effect, whether it's for human cultivators or Holy Spirit beasts. But I don't know if it has any effect on dogs." "What do you suggest?" asked Loopy Toad. "My suggestion," Little Silver said, "I suggest that you use this bone as raw material and find a good weaponsmith to make a satisfactory magic weapon. Furthermore, Dog Saint's bone is representative. I believe it won't be too bad if it's made into a magic weapon. At the very least, this magic weapon will have a certain deterrent effect on all dog spirit beasts." "All right." Loopy Toad nodded. Little Silver's suggestion was quite constructive. Furthermore, it was currently indeed short of a magic weapon. The Toad clan's ultimate treasure was the primordial oil bead, which was a first-class holy weapon that could only be used by successive clan leaders. Ever since Loopy Toad had become a dog, its connection with this magic treasure had been severed. But given its current body, the primordial oil bead actually wasn't very suitable for it. There might be battles big and small in the future, and it needed a magic treasure to defend itself. In the end, it would have to ask Little Master for help, but Loopy Toad felt that this matter would probably be handed over to Fatty Luo in the end. Because next week was the busiest week. Although there weren't many midterm exams left, they still had to participate in the district sports meet. In addition to the relay race, at Teacher Ye's strong request, Wang Ling had also applied for the Medicine Ball and the Battle of Soul Pets events. All in all, next week was going to be very busy. And most importantly, it didn't have much time left after its last prophetic dream. Loopy Toad made some rough calculations. It just so happened that next week was the day it would return to the clan. It could be said that everything was piling up together. Loopy Toad also had a vague feeling that it was a pain in the ass. Let's eat. At that moment, grenade-throwing Senior Immortal came out of the kitchen with a tray in each hand. This was the healthy feast that Little Silver had talked about tonight: broccoli egg drop soup, stir-fried broccoli, wine broccoli, broccoli tempura, chicken stew with broccoli. There was actually one more dish, which was diced broccoli. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal had chopped it up and made it into broccoli soup. Loopy Toad was stupefied as it stared at the soup. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal, this is romance of the Western Wing. Chapter 536. Loopy Toad had seen the information on the Battle of Spirit Beasts this time. Furthermore, Loopy Toad's aptitude at the Spirit Beast Assessment Center had been appraised as third class, and Little Master Ling wholeheartedly wanted it to participate in actual combat between spirit beasts, since it could better hone the rapport between its soul and body through actual combat. From the information on the previous competition, Loopy Toad had been at peak third class at that time, and its biggest opponent among all the spirit beasts participating in the competition was a land shark called Aluminum Small Fish. This was a spirit beast that the Aluminum Tree of the three Tree Brothers from Reliance High School had sent out to participate in the battle. It was at peak third class and was very aggressive. Furthermore, it was amphibious and could fight in a variety of environments. Loopy Toad had been wondering how it should attack in a situation where the other party had an advantageous terrain. But now, this concern was completely dispelled. Because who knew that a week later, after soaking in Little Silver's holy beast blood, it would suddenly advance to second class. Refining the Bone King into a magic weapon still had to be considered at length. After all, the raw material was the bone of a holy beast, and a beast king at that, so refining it wouldn't be easy. Little Master's great weapon refining spell was certainly convenient, but Loopy Toad actually couldn't handle an offensive magic weapon that was too powerful. In this case, it usually required a custom-made player like Fatty Luo to step in. It was July 17th on Monday in the 13th week of the semester. Because the midterm exams were coming up soon, Teacher Pan was always the first to arrive at school these days, and then stood guard in front of the dais like a great Buddha. According to Dopigua's description, it was as if Teacher Pan's butt had been nailed to the chair. Except for her hands and eyes, it was as if all her other organs had been petrified. With old Pan standing guard in class, no one dared to move at all, and there wasn't even a sound to speak. This actually gave Wang Ling some peace. In the past, the class would always be stirred up by the two masters of rhythm, Dopigua and Super Chen. Now, everyone was quiet, which was simply wonderful. But in fact, this silence was only on the surface, because Wang Ling saw that Dopigua and Super Chen were chatting on their phones. Super Chen just hid his phone under a book and pretended to flip through it as he typed. Dopiguo was even more ruthless. He bought a very thick cultivation dictionary, dug a hole in the middle of the dictionary that was just big enough to fit a cell phone, and directly embedded the cell phone inside. Wang Ling, when he was at school, his wristwatch was always turned off, and he basically didn't check it. Super Chen and Dopiguo were chatting happily in the private chat window, and Wang Ling didn't join in. In any case, Dopiguo was right next to him, and he could see out of the corner of his eye what they were talking about. This was a group chat that Dopiguo had created. Wang Ling looked at the number of people online. There were actually quite a few of them. Super Chen, what about Wang Ling? Did you pull him in? Dopiguo, he is reciting English beside me. He probably won't look at the group chat, but he might be spying in the dark. Wang Ling, Super Chen sighed. What about Lotus Sun? Aren't you going to pull Lotus Sun in? Dopiguo shook his head. This is our men's group. I won't add you. At that moment, Little Peanut sent a message. Both of you better stop. I think old Pan might have noticed just now. You two are on your own, Super Chen sked. Peanut, you're too timid, with the book in the way. it's fine. As soon as old Pan steps off the dais, I'll immediately put my phone away. The whole thing took less than 2 seconds. I specially trained it at home. Little Peanut, Dopigua, saying this, Super-chan couldn't help asking, what about you guys? Where do you hide your phones? Dopigua, hehe, this master's phone is flawless. I dug a hole in the dictionary, and embedded it in the dictionary. Super-chan couldn't help sending a thumbs up. Damn, awesome, big bro. Dopigua, I wonder where Lotus-san puts her phone when she's playing with it. At that moment, Little Peanut couldn't help saying, his dad is a school board member. Old Pan won't care, Super-chan and Dopigua, society, Little Peanut, do you know that the essay Lotus-san wrote for her senior high school entrance exam is still in the exhibition hall of selected essays? The title is My Dad, CEO of Huaguo Water Curtain Group, one of the top 100 companies in the world. Super-chan and Dopigua, we can't afford to offend her. Unlike Super-chan and Dopigua, Little Peanut stealthily took out his phone from under the table to look at it. Because he was the commissary in charge of studies and was sitting in the first row, Teacher Pan wouldn't look in his direction. But under normal circumstances, Little Peanut wouldn't take the initiative to play with his phone. As the commissary in charge of studies, he had to set an example. As for why he had popped up in the group chat today, it was purely because he felt that something wasn't right about old Pan's aura, and wanted Dopigua and Super-chan to put their phones away quickly. Little Peanut, both of you can stop. Old Pan really noticed it. I'm done, I'm turning off my phone. I'm scared. After saying this, he saw that the number of people online in the group chat had dropped by 1, Little Peanut really had turned off his phone. Super-chan snickered. Su Xiao, this coward, Dopigua, hehe, did he forget to add a JPEG to his scared? Just as the two of them finished typing, a murderous aura suddenly rose in the class. BZZT. In a split second, everyone felt cold sweat trickle down their backs. For a moment, Super-chan and Dopigua were stupefied and completely forgot to put their phones away. It could only be said that Teacher Pan was in the end Teacher Pan won. As a pioneer teacher at number 60 high school, Teacher Pan's movements were really too fast. From the eruption of her aura to getting up, and then to pulling down all the curtains in the classroom. In the end, she turned off the lights in the classroom. Her entire movement was as smooth as flowing water, and actually took less than half a second. Why was old Pan so familiar with it? It was very obvious that she was already a veteran of 100 battles. Teacher Pan had used this trick more than once on the students of previous cohorts, and it had worked every time. Furthermore, she had become increasingly proficient at it. The moment Teacher Pan turned off the lights, all the lights in the classroom instantly went out, forming a sharp contrast with the light on Dopigua's and Super-chan's phone screens. The screens weren't very bright, but the contrast was still very obvious on their faces. Right after that, Teacher Pan swept her gaze over everyone in the class. Now, those whose faces are glowing, come to my office. Don't tell me you've got water light needles on your faces. Chapter 537. Almost every teacher in charge couldn't escape the fate of being slandered and ridiculed by their students. Old Pan, who had been teaching at number 60 high for many years, was certainly no exception. In terms of teaching ability, there were actually many teachers who were better than Old Pan, but as a teacher in charge, teaching ability actually didn't mean everything. Why had Old Pan been named number 60 high's gold medal teacher and teaching pioneer? Headmaster Chen wasn't a fool, because he knew that as a teacher in charge, teaching ability alone was useless. High school was a period of confusion and chuyuni. Many students would liberate their natural instincts at this stage, or in layman's terms, they would be rebellious. If they didn't receive the right spiritual guidance at this stage, it would in fact have a huge impact on their lives later on. What rebellious children needed was care as well as proper guidance on the three views, which was what Headmaster Chen emphasized at the school assembly every year. So while teaching ability was very important, it wasn't the key criterion for grading the teacher in charge of each class every year. As long as they could pass the city-level qualification assessment every year, that was enough. However, there were always some students who weren't satisfied with Old Pan among the previous graduates. After Old Pan had sent off a batch of students, someone had left an anonymous comment online saying that Old Pan and the headmaster of the school had made a deal behind the scenes. Actually, there were these comments every year, but they were very few and could almost be ignored. However, as Old Pan had been teaching at number 60 high for a long time, the number of these posts had become significant. Under normal circumstances, a new student's favorite thing to do was to search the internet for news about the school or the teachers. There were many posts about Old Pan being defamed on the internet, and the things mentioned in the posts seemed to be true. Thus, many people didn't have a particularly good impression of Old Pan at the beginning of the semester, and felt that she was a particularly rigid and unreasonable person. But after the Shuego sect incident, everyone's impression of Old Pan had changed a lot. Now, many people realized that Old Pan was actually a very easygoing person who didn't care about the rumors online at all. Actually, when they thought about it carefully, the people who had slandered Old Pan online had all been anonymous, which only showed that their descriptions of the matter were a little unreliable. If the matter was completely true, and they hated Old Pan to the bone, wouldn't it be better to report her with her real name? But in fact, after teaching for so many years, Old Pan had seen more students than she had eaten. In fact, she had long since stopped caring about it. Because it was midterm exams, Old Pan miraculously did not call for her parents this time. She only gave a verbal warning. Then, he took away their phones, stipulating that they would only be able to redeem them if they got into the top 5 in the class in terms of total scores this time. On one hand, Old Pan was worried that calling their parents would affect their mentality for the exam. On the other hand, this was also one of Old Pan's teaching techniques. She was used to calling their parents during tastings, but one day, she suddenly stopped. Instead, it made people feel as if Old Pan had found her conscience. Furthermore, he didn't think the requirement to be in the top 5 was too high. After all, there were only 15 people in the class. Most importantly, the gap between the first and last place in grade 1, class 3 was not too big. Everyone was an elite, and the top students did not compete on their grades, but on who could make fewer mistakes during the exam. During the afternoon self-study session, teacher Yi Han, who taught PE, specially came to the class to look for Wang Ling. Actually, during the morning self-study session, Wang Ling had already noticed teacher Ye's figure swaying at the classroom door, but he hadn't dared come in at that time, because teacher Pan's aura was too strong, like a Buddha standing guard in front of the dais, which made teacher Yi feel uneasy. Wang Ling could roughly guess why teacher Yi had come. He guessed that there was an 80% chance that something had happened at the district sports meet. This time, Wang Ling was taking part in 3 events: the relay race, the medicine ball race, and the Battle of Soul Pets. Although the Battle of Soul Pets was also part of the district sports meet, it was actually just an entertainment event for the sake of good luck. At the door of the classroom, teacher Yi was holding a timetable which had just been finalized by the district, which detailed the dates of each major competition event. However, there were 2 events on the timetable that conflicted with each other. The medicine ball event and the Battle of Soul Pets event were arranged together. Number 60 High's spirit beast participating this time was already confirmed to be Loopy Toad, and there was no way it could be changed midway. However, Wang Ling still had to participate in the medicine ball event, so teacher Yi felt a little headache coming on. That's the situation. Student Wang Ling, I'm here this time to ask student Wang Ling if you know any friends who can take your place in the Battle of Soul Pets event. The score for the Battle of Soul Pets event was very low, and there was no way teacher Yi would ask Wang Ling to give up the higher scoring medicine ball event for this event. So at this time, the only way was to find someone to take Wang Ling's place and direct Loopy Toad in the battle without affecting the flow of the major competition, so that they could get points for both events. This was a unified process arranged by the district, and there basically wouldn't be any conflicts between the major competitions. In fact, The main reason was that number 60 high didn't have a lot of contestants. A lot of contestants like Ling Junren were competing in more than one event, and couldn't adjust at all. Number 60 high was still in the process of being promoted from an ordinary high school to a key high school in Songhai City, so the ranking in the district sports meet this time was very important. During the afternoon self-study period, Old Pan was relatively lax. Since they had already finished 2 exams that morning, the students were usually free to do whatever they wanted at noon. Everyone in class had clearly heard what Teacher Yi had said to Wang Ling at the door. Hearing that it was because of the time conflict, Dopey Guo was overjoyed and rushed out of the classroom. Teacher, I can find someone to take Wang Ling's place in the Battle of Soul Pets. You? Can you do it? Teacher Yi gave Dopey Guo a look. Super Chen slowly walked out of the classroom and echoed, Teacher Yi, you don't understand the situation at all. Dopey Guo might really be able to do it. Who in class didn't know that Dopey Guo had uncles all over the world? Dopey Guo, I have a little uncle who's actually only a few years older than me. He's a pet trainer. He's amazing. Teacher Yi broke out in a sweat. Pet trainer? You'll have to pay. We don't have enough funds, so it's best if we join as friends. We can't afford it. Dopey Guo, no need for money. That person's surname is Wei, and Loopy Toad also knows him. I heard that they get along pretty well. Wang Ling knew that Dopey Guo was recommending Wei Ji at that moment. Actually, even if Dopey Guo hadn't said it, the first person Wang Ling had thought of was Wei Ji. Teacher Yi scared. Isn't your surname Guo? Why is your uncle's surname Wei? Dopey Guo was startled. Who told you that an uncle has to be a real uncle? My uncles have hundreds of surnames, they have all kinds of surnames. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.